doing. This is going to be a time to really look at your knowledge base, what you know, what you believe, where those changes are. Are you challenging something that you used to believe? Are you feeling like you're being more forgiving to yourself about old beliefs and really coming to a place of an awakening for yourself and taking pride in how much you've evolved and changed and learned and spiritually grew. And as you're going over this next 2-3 months with these retrograde planets, you're able to kind of go over old belief systems and that. And as you reemerge as a new butterfly with your birthday in February, going into March, you're going to feel just like renewed, and that you do have a series of eclipses coming, which are going to really change relationships and structures of relationships around you. So you are seeing the truth of a few things right now that could be enlightening. Now, let's get into it. I've got my first caller. Now, first of all, you can find me at bernicebissonpsychic.com. And I've got Debbie in Niagara Falls. Debbie.
Hi. How are you?
Hello, my beautiful. I am absolutely fantastic. And my name is Bernice Bisson. And I'm here to be of service to you. How can I be of service to you today in your reading?
I would really like a reading on love. I want to know if I'm going to spend the rest of my life alone.
Oh boy, let's not. Okay, we're not. First of all, we're going to say I invite in loving relationships that meet my highest good and my highest order, and I'm always open and willing to accept opportunities and offers that are always in my good and best order. That's where we're going to start, my beautiful Debbie. What is the day and month of your birthday?
Actually, it's August 30th.
Virgo. It's all about your love life. Let's work with your birthday a little bit. Okay?
I'm sorry?
And so let's work with your birthday. So August
30th.
You said August 30th. So together is 11. 8 and 3. Why is that important? That's your karma number. Right now, with your birthday coming, you're going into a new life cycle. It's a 10-1 life cycle. Next year, you go into an 11 life cycle, which is your karma year. What's 1 becomes 2, where you're individual, you're independent, where you're on self will become an independent person, very much like you, who's very independent like you, will come into your purview with the possibility of partner. And I feel like the timeline would be certainly before your birthday in 2025. You starting this birthday, you have a series of eclipses that are going to start in Pisces and in Virgo, which will turn your love life upside down. And it's going to break old patterns you've had around people. And there's a reason you have your guard up, Virgo, you know? Even since 2019, and if I were to go to an earlier cycle in 2007, you've really closed some karmic cycles around relationship and around taking your power back. And to be honest with you, so in that first decant, you're very independent and you're very like, I don't need anybody. But
that's so true.
Because you need someone to lead you, and that's hard to find when you're able to lead yourself a lot, you know? And when you're like, they really better show up with stuff. And so if I think about that, and I think about you're in an ending and a beginning timeline, you have what's called the South Node of Karma, which is 3 eclipses that are going to show up in your sign. And then you have the North Node of Destiny, which is about the future. And that's in your house of partnership in Pisces or directly across from you, joining 2 other planets. But the exciting news is this winter, so when I go to February into March, okay, your love life is going to have commence a 2-year period like you've never experienced in your life. It's the second series of eclipses, and joining the eclipse in your house of partnership and destiny is going to be 5 celestial bodies and a big reset button. And if you can imagine this birthday and then your birthday in 25 with February, particularly March, by March 21st, being very peak around romantic opportunities and like things like that. And I'm going to just mention a couple of things I keep hearing in my ear. There's people around you who are going to be talking about going to Mexico. They could be talking about going to like Puerto Vallarta. They could talk about going to Mexico, going down south. And they're like friends or right around you. It's funny because I feel like you're meeting someone through your friends that you would go to the water with, or that are talking about going to like this trip to the water. And that there's an introduction because it's not going to be online for you. And I would even caution, you not to go online to meet people, because remember, you have the south node of karma in your sign. And anytime we have the south node of karma, you're gonna attract karmics. People who are coming to suck your energy dry, who are coming to take your resources, who need you as a nurse or a purse, or need you as, and you're not doing that no more. You're breaking this pattern. And I feel like, I'm going to say some kind of crazy, and you can reject it if you want, but I actually feel like you have a tall cowboy type of guy, like a male divine masculine. It won't be a feminine.
That's exactly what I need. A real man.
I'm sorry. Can you say that again? I didn't hear you.
I said that's what I need, a real man. I've been meeting my little boys.
And you're going to meet someone, I feel like, and I'm going to get kind of specific because I feel like you're going to meet someone who has a May 21st birthday. They're like the cusp of Gemini. Okay.
Okay.
Okay. I feel like they would have a couple of dogs. I feel like they have, I get this sense of, I'm calling him like a cowboy guy. Like he has, I don't know that it's just about country music. I feel like he would wear jeans. He would wear like not a t-shirt. It would be something with a collar, but his sleeves are rolled up. I feel like he doesn't live in a city center. So he's not living urban. He's living more rural. And I feel like he goes down south quite a bit. He goes every year. And he goes to either like Arizona area, Las Vegas area, and then Puerto Vallarta. And I feel like people around you are going to talk about, Mexico, I'm going to Mexico. We're looking at a trip to Mexico, and you could even be invited. I'm like, if you are, go. I feel like good trip. But you're going to wind up meeting this man. And I feel like he wears a hat. He has his own house. He's still working. He has a job. Okay.
Good.
He has acres of land, not hundreds of acres, not a city lot. It could be 20 acres, 10 acres, like he has some acres of land. I feel like he's within 5 years of your age. He's 5 years older than your age. Not younger. Can I ask a question? I know you're in Ontario, Niagara Falls area, correct? Do you know people who might live out west, possibly like Alberta?
Okay.
BC?
I actually know quite a few people out that way.
Yeah, I'm going to say this. I feel like you're hearing from people who could be from Alberta, BC area, even before September. You could have an invitation that's going to bring you to the coast, or that they want to travel this winter. I feel like take the opportunity, because before May, you're going to know what I'm talking about. And that, I don't know, I feel like there's this man that you could be introduced to that feels like a really good opportunity, a good catch. And that it's connected to those people. They have a strong connection to the West as well. They have connections to those people. They have connection. Maybe they live there. They had lived there. They drive a lot. And I feel like they drive maybe cross country. They drive a larger truck, not a little tiny car. I'm going to say that, it's funny because even though you're looking for maybe love life, there is someone who's around you now that I feel like maybe they're more into you than you are into them. And they're a man, and he could be no exes. Please do not go backwards. It's like Virgo.
Oh, no. I don't even talk to my exes anymore.
Yeah, no, you were going to do a big, exactly. And there's a gentleman, though, that seems to live around you now. And I feel like you might have him in the friend zone, You might have him in, and he's not going to, that's not going anywhere. So don't follow that. Okay? He's in the friend zone.
Okay.
And so you're my last caller because I always talk too long. And so I'm going to just finish my whole show with you, if you don't mind. And we're going to into this. Is that okay? Just because I got you.
That's fine.
Send them on you. And so I feel like this other gentleman who's around you now, I'm kind of like, nah, he's friend zone. He's nice to just go maybe out to places, keep them friends. And then, it's so funny because I keep hearing the name Doug coming up. And I feel like Doug could be an important name later. Okay. So put that in your hair.
Okay.
Now, I'm going to back up a little bit. There is one other opportunity around your love life that shows up. And I feel like there's this sense of running around work. And it could be like here and there and here and there. There's something about you're going to cross paths with a man through his job or your job, through work. And I feel like, may I ask, have you got something renovation or constructed on your house?
Actually, we are having somebody come in and redo the floors.
Okay. It's funny because I feel like, I don't know, there could be a handsome gentleman showing up in some way. Or that there's this construction guy that's going to come into your life you cross paths with him through his work, I guess, or your work. And it's around getting, I keep thinking, oh, maybe she's getting renovations and he seems really helpful and he wants to help. And he's going to, talk about I could do this, I could do that. Something about that. He wants to help you with your house. And I feel like it develops bigger with that in some way. Okay.
I'm sorry?
Or he wants to talk to you more, or he wants to talk to you more about that. I don't know that.
Okay.
I feel like he's okay. This is my sense. You don't want to live with anyone. Like, I feel like if you want a relationship, you want a companionship,
Yes, that's exactly it.
Sorry?
That's exactly right. I don't know there was another man.
I'm sorry, say that again?
I said I do not want to live with another man. Been there, done that.
Yeah, and we're done. We're done with that. I feel like this man has his own house. And I feel like it would be something where you can go see him, see you. Do you like cats?
Yes, I do.
Yeah.
I like all animals.
No, he has animals. He has a bit of land and he has cats. He has a couple big dogs. I feel like he's within. Okay. He's within a year of meeting him. I don't think he's very far away in meeting him. And I feel like he's going to have to do, even you could hear from people out west, there's something important about that and the timing. And if you get invited to Mexico, where they're talking about, I feel like this is the connector. There's something connecting you there. And it's an in-person meeting. And I get another important date of next August, around August 1st to the 15th, also important around this connection, okay?
Okay.
Okay. Hang in there, my girl. Go get those floors done. It could turn out better than you think. And thank you for tuning in to me. And thank you for picking me as your psychic. And you can find me at BerniceBissonPsychic.com. And I'm here every Tuesday for Psychic Tuesday at 2:30 Central Standard Time. I will see you next week.
A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, Enlightening Television. Welcome. Time for the Mini Medium with Stephanie Cowan. Live from TarotWithSteph.net. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is the Mini Media on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
All right. Hello, friends. Welcome. Happy Wednesday. Happy Hump Day. This is your Mini Medium on the A1R Psychic Radio and the Moonstruck TV. I am super excited to be back. I have been doing some traveling and getting over, some little bit of some of that Rona. But I'll tell you, I'm so excited to be back, and I'm excited to see how today's readings go. I'll tell you, just to share a little bit about where I just came from, which is going to contribute to our readings today as we do them. And then, of course, tonight at 7:45 p.m. Mountain Time. I do this all the time. 9:45 Eastern Time, which puts us at 5:45 Pacific and 6:45 Central. I'm learning these. Oh my gosh, my producer's probably just jumping for joy. So I'm learning how these are, but and hopefully I got those right. But I will be doing my free readings now I will be on my YouTube now, and my YouTube is Mini Medium 75. So if you just do the at mini medium all together with the 7-5 together, that'll get you to my YouTube. But we'll also post some links as well. And if you go to my Facebook page, Mini Medium, all of that will be there as well. Or you can join the live tonight from the Facebook page. So whichever platform you choose. Anyhow, so we'll see how ratings are going to be tonight. I'm so excited because I just got back from Gettysburg, Pennsylvania. And I'll tell you, if you have never had the opportunity to go to Gettysburg, I highly, highly recommend it. The history there, just the feeling, the people, it was just incredible. I've never been to the East Coast, and most of my traveling's been all on the West Coast. And so it was kind of fun to see the East Coast and see how that's how people are, and they're different, even just some of the slang and the culture. It was just, it's amazing how when you actually get out of the West Coast, and you get to see some difference, but just beautiful. The history was just amazing. Being a medium and being an intuitive, being an empath, being a sensitive, myself, I definitely had to make sure I was very protected. I did a lot of meditation. I did go on a paranormal investigation, which I'm super excited to share some fun upcoming things with that. I can't quite share yet, but I met some incredible teams, paranormal investigation teams on the East Coast. I'm going to shout out to New Jersey Paranormal. Shout out to Paranormal Brew. They're another podcast, which I can let you know I'll be featured on her podcast here next month. More to come there. Also Paranormal Unplugged. They're another podcast. I mean, just so many incredible teams. I'm probably forgetting some, but I'll tell you, met Dave Schrader. If you know who Dave Schrader is, he is also stars in other paranormal programs, investigation programs that have been on Travel Channel and History Channel. And anyway, it was just incredible. It was something I enjoy doing in addition to doing my readings. I love the paranormal. So I did an event there and it was incredible. The readings were fabulous and just we got some beautiful connections. And I'm sure it had to do with the fact that it was the energy of the room and all of the people there that were there, other readers, other mediums. So anyway, but I'm super excited to be back and sharing my gifts with all of you and see kind of how today goes, or tonight goes, I should say. So before we get started, though, sometimes I'm already getting stuff in my throat. Some of you know when I start to channel loved ones in spirit or pick up on energy, my throat gets this weird kind of frogginess to it. So I have a feeling we're going to be connecting with some beautiful souls either tonight on the podcast or on my free readings tonight. But anyhow, when I get ready to channel, it's interesting. I will meditate and get myself centered and focused and grounded. So I make sure all the messages come through, whether it's through spirit guides, whether it's through my caller spirit guides, through loved ones in spirit. I just really want to make sure that I am completely tuned in, as we call it. And when that happens, I pick up on numbers. And so being that tomorrow, some of you are aware, tomorrow is the Lionsgate portal. Gosh, I almost sound like I had some accent there. The Lionsgate portal is tomorrow, 8/8, and we're also in the year of the 8. So we've got 8, 8, and 8, and then being in the year of the 24, we are in a multiple of 8, or can be divided by 8. So it's a very powerful energy right now. If you're not familiar, feel free to go and you can Google it, you can look out there. But it's the time for transitioning, it's the time for transformation. It's that infinity symbol, which the number 8 is, right? So it's that infinite energy. So we're going to put out all that beautiful infinite energy. Well, this year, my friends, it's coming back to us tenfold, as we call it, so twice as much. So please be mindful, since we're in this 888 year, that you are wanting to transform yourself into what you truly want to transform yourself into, right? Or who you want to be, or your true self. If that's a matter of, goals that you have coming, let's say, you want to quit your job and you want to do as I'm doing, which I did 2 years ago and never looked back. I mean, these are the things that I highly suggest you start manifesting this year and see how that is just going to beautifully transform. So lots of exciting things over the next few days with that energy. Now, on top of that, we just entered into Mercury retrograde. So, as some of you, I can hear boos in the background, I swear. Yes, Mercury retrograde can be difficult for some, especially us Geminis. Mercury being our planet, our moon, I should say. So when Mercury goes into retrograde, especially for air signs and Gemini signs in particular, it can be very overwhelming. It can feel draining. It can feel exhausting. You can feel depressed. So I say during these next 3 weeks, which will be ending about the 24th, which we do have a post retrograde. So it goes on a little bit after. Take this time to just reflect. Take this time to start writing down the things you want to manifest for this 888 year. So just some suggestions. If you are, one that does very well and prospers and has all this energy during a retrograde, then be present in that energy and go get it. I say, especially if you are a Leo. So if you are a Leo, you're going to feel a lot of that. If you're a fire sign, you're going to feel that. So just some kind of interesting, fun energy information. So with that, as I was sitting in here meditating and channeling, the number 35 came up. And I don't get very big numbers very often. This is a big number. So for me, this is going to be the age of 35. This is going to be March 5th. This can also be someone born in 1935. This can also be, and I really feel I'm being pulled this direction. So I'm going to tell you, I've got a younger soul that I've had with me. And now at the moment, I'm not sure on gender. Oftentimes that will come later, but I feel that this soul would have been 35, if that helps. So for those who are listening, or if my callers tonight, keep that in mind. But also, if you hop on my live tonight for the free readings on my YouTube page, or my YouTube channel, or on my Facebook page, please keep that 35 in mind. So again, age of 35. Born in 1935. So we've got some grandparents, right? March 5th. Now, occasionally, the souls on the other side like to mess with me, and they like to play a little math, because I'm not a huge fan of math, which would put us at, this would be 3 times 5 is 15, which I also wrote that number down because the number 15 was pretty strong. So please just keep these numbers in mind. I hope that they're going to resonate with one of my callers, or I know tonight on my free readings they will. But in the meantime, while I am got my beautiful cards out here, I thought, you know what, we're going to do another Talking to Heaven message. And if some of you have listened to me in the past, the way that this works is I will pull a card according to the numbers that I am drawn to, and ultimately give the message. Now, I often do affirmations, but lately the veil has been so thin between us and the spiritual realm that I really feel like I got to listen to that intuition. And I really feel this message is going to resonate with many of us who have had a loved one on the other side. And so I want to share with you all the message from your loved one in spirit. And it says, "It was my time to go." And I'm going to show that on the camera here because it's just a beautiful picture. And just the footprints in the sand and walking out to the water, on the beach, beautiful, just clear blue ocean. I mean, gosh, I want to be there. I mean, I'm not ready to be on the other side yet. Let me clarify that, but I'm ready to be in the ocean. How's that? But, I know I resonate with this because my mom passed away very quickly, very unexpectedly. And I struggled with that, but I do feel it was her time to go. And so sometimes we just need to hear that little kind of confirmation from our loved ones that they are okay, that it was their time to go, and that they're okay. They're with us always, right? All right. Well, and when they're with us always, they always send people my way that are meant to be in my path and to do readings, and that's where numbers come in. So I'm excited to take my first caller, and I believe this is Kay, and Kay's from Texas. Hi, Kay. This is Mini Medium. How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm doing really well. Thank you. Thank you. How can I help you tonight, my friend?
Well, I was really hoping to to reach. Well, I was hoping for my father to reach to me, if possible.
Yeah, absolutely. And your father has crossed over. Is that correct?
Yes, actually,
Okay.
in 2011.
Oh, wow. Okay. Okay. So quite some time, but I'll tell you, like I was mentioning earlier, the veil between us and the other side is very thin, and some mediums feel that our loved ones need to be on the other side for at least a year before they'll pick up messages. But I've I've done this about 28 years, and I've channeled souls that have been in transition. So it just depends on if that soul is ready. Now, that goes with souls that have been on the other side for a while. And it sounds your dad has been over there for about 13 years, 2011. Most likely his intention of coming through is going to be more likely than if he had just been gone a few days. So I would love to see if I can't pick up on your dad. I've had many souls, many energies with me today, if you will. And so to start off, did you hear me mentioning the number that has been coming up pretty strong today for me?
I heard the number. It was very close to 35, but it wasn't 35. It's very close, though.
Okay, how do you resonate with that number, or the number that's pretty close?
The year he was born.
Perfect. Okay, what year was that, my friend?
39.
39. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Perfect. Okay, I just want to make sure that I am, because sometimes souls will mess with me. I'm doing a little bit of automated writing now. So I'm going to be a little quiet for a moment. Let's see here. Okay. Beautiful. Okay. All right. Let me tell you a couple things. I'm very drawn to your name. And so right now, what happens is that I welcome the soul to come in, and I welcome them to use my energy to channel. And what they'll do is they will give me kind of a yes or no, if you will, or a male or female, and just kind of some fun information. If you're ever sitting there and you get goosebumps down your right side of your arms, most likely it's a male, the left is a female. So just kind of some fun little information there. As you mentioned your dad, and I had the younger soul that I had felt with me all day today. That whole right side got my chicken bumps, as I call them, my little goosies. So I do have a male presence. Now, I want to validate if this is dad or someone else connected to you, because I can never guarantee who comes through. But the male is got me circling your name over and over and over. So he's very thrilled with that name. This is a namesake, or just that he had something to do with naming you. Do you understand that with your dad?
Did you say Len K?
Does that make sense to you with your
You said
dad?
Len?
Your
yes.
name, my friend. Yeah, and his name. Okay, perfect. Okay, all right. And okay. Now, oh wow. Okay. Was Dad military based? Because he's shown me the number 11, and 11 for me is Veterans Day, November. But he feels to me coming through very, just very proud. He's holding himself in this very proud way. Was Dad ever military or involved in the military?
No.
Okay. How about the number 11, my friend, or the 11th of a month, or the month of November?
My mom was born in November.
Okay, beautiful. And has mom crossed over?
No.
Mom is here. Okay. They'll do this when they want to give a message to someone here in the physical world. So I just want to get more validation. This is either Dad or I may have a younger soul coming in. And the number 11 for me is validating that month of November, or the 11th of a month. But also with that, wow, okay. Oh, just one moment. You got a whole lot starting to come in. I keep picking up on 3 childlike souls around you right now. Okay, so 3 childlike souls for me is going to be children. Do you have children?
I do.
And how many do you have?
I have 2.
Beautiful.
I was born on the 3rd.
You're pretty beautiful. Okay. Okay. So here is the number 3 coming in and connecting to you. Now, I do want to tell you, you do have a child that is here with me. I don't have Dad. So that's where I wanted to make sure, because I know Dad passed away quite some time ago, but I feel that this childlike energy just doesn't give me what I call my validation that this is Dad. And I always tell people I'll do my best, but they're emphasizing so much about you. They're emphasizing Mom because they mentioned Mom's birth month. They mentioned your birthday. Now, I do feel this is a younger male. So I do feel he's given me the feeling of being male. Were you ever aware if your mom had a miscarriage or had a loss of a child?
No.
Okay. When I feel a childlike soul like this and wanting so much to connect with you and with Mom, I just want you to take it with you, because there's the direct connection to you and with your mom. So hang on. I know I've got another caller waiting. We might have to have you hop on my live tonight, my friend, or we might have to finish here because you got a whole lot of soul stepping in. Okay. I want to do this for you, my friend. This happens often when the energy is so much. I've got another caller waiting. Are you familiar with Facebook? Do you get on Facebook very much? Are you there, Kay? Oh, goodness, we might have lost her. That's what happens with the energy. All right. Are you there, Kay? Yeah, okay. All right. We'll hop on and grab our next caller, and then hopefully we can get hooked up with Kay later. But let's hop over to Linda, and I'm super excited. Linda's from Pennsylvania, which is where I just got back from. Hi, Linda. This is Mini Medium.
Hi.
How are you?
Good. How are you? Thank you so much for taking my call.
Oh my gosh, you're so welcome, my friend. Yes, and I will get as much as I can in about the 6-7 minutes we have. So how can I help you tonight?
Just an overall, I guess, reading for just future and general, just family, and anything you can provide. I greatly appreciate it.
You got it. You got it, my friend. Okay. I'm going to just kind of pull a few cards. Sometimes I like to see if the cards will start to validate visions. which is ultimately how I do my readings. And a couple things that I'm already getting, which is absolutely beautiful. A couple things I'm going to tell you. Wow. Okay. Have you, when you started to talk, I instantly got goosebumps down my whole left side. And the way that I describe this is it's a very strong feminine energy. Now, this doesn't mean that necessarily you have a soul on the other side that's a female wanting to come in. It can be, but what I feel that this is more collectively with you, my friend. So the moon is such feminine energy, and you have such this beautiful healing, very strong energy, especially with the metaphysical, especially with the moon, the stars, stones, crystals. Are you very drawn to those types of things?
Yes, very much so. That's so funny. And I do have a couple female souls on the other side that have that could also be when you had mentioned that the female energy that they usually come through. But yeah, I'm very much on the crystals, and I just started Reiki.
Oh, I love that. I'm a Reiki practitioner as well. I'm working on my master, but we're getting there. And I knew that you had such this beautiful purpose of energy that resonated with me, and that strong feminine energy. So some things I want you to really kind of harness in with this journey I see you going on. I pulled 3 cards here, and one is the Magician card. Now that card is coming out reversed. And then this Page of Cups card came out reversed. So I don't necessarily read tarot. I can, but what I like to do is just see, well, how are they connecting with, maybe validate for you what I'm about to tell you that I'm getting. The Magician card, without a doubt, my friend, that is your magic. That is your purpose. That is what you are supposed to be doing during this lifetime. So the soul says. There's no coincidence why you're drawn to the metaphysical. There's no coincidence why you're doing Reiki. These are all parts of the soul pulling you to go the direction that the soul knows. That Page of Cups card, now when it's reversed, that is ultimately, it's time to, so if you have a cup that is upside down, you can't fill that cup up. So what it's saying is either something was in that cup at one time and you decided to turn that cup upside down and say, you know what, no more, I'm done. I do feel like that for you in the future, by the way. But the other is it's time to turn that cup right side up, and it's time to fill that cup up. And the page means it's time to stop repeating the same thing over and over and over, so you can turn that page to start this new journey. You're kind of stuck in a Groundhog Day, my friend. Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, pretty much so, yeah.
I say it's SSDD, and I'll leave it to you to know what that means.
I'm sorry, what was that?
I said it's S.
Got you.
You got it?
Yes. Yes.
Yeah, it is,
Absolutely.
Right? And then it's like, well, okay, I have got to do something because I know I'm stuck, and I feel part of what just a little bit of where I feel like you're stuck. It has to do with that fear. It's the fear of, gosh, am I making the right decision? Is this really where I, want to go with my life? What if, it's the what ifs, and those what ifs and those, I should have done this, I could have done this. One thing, and I mentioned this in the beginning of my podcast here, that we're in the year of the 8. Now, tomorrow is the 8/8 portal, and which is the Lion's Gate portal, which is fire, which means it's time to ignite. So I want you to focus tomorrow on writing down everything that you're wanting to, whatever it is you're dreaming of doing, whatever it is you want to manifest, write it down tomorrow. And then I want you to take that piece of paper, and you do one of two things. You can burn it, and you can take those ashes and give it back to Gaia, Mother Earth, the universe. Or you can take that paper, fold it up, and keep it under your pillow. And then just go back and look at these and see how far you've come. Because I'm going to tell you, by the end of this year, when I start to tap into premonitions and predictions, especially when I meet a fellow healer and light worker, I get so excited. So I'm going to tell you, I have a whole lot coming in, but I got to be brief because I got 2 minutes. Please step outside of that fear and out of that comfort zone. Okay. That ultimately is going to be what is going to get you to catapult into next year, where I feel right around April, May, you're going to see some changes with your career, with your journey, and with yourself, more importantly. So I hope that helped you. I know I've got 45 seconds left, but I'll tell you, my friend, please go follow me on my Facebook page. Let me know who you are, or you can go on Instagram too. It's minimedium75. Let me know who you are. I would love to tell you some more stuff too for free. Does that sound good?
Awesome.
Yeah.
And it's Mini Medium?
Yes, Mini Medium on Facebook. Or on Instagram, it's minimedium75 at the end.
75. Awesome. Great. Karen, thank you so much. I will definitely connect with you.
Okay, sounds good, my friend. Have a beautiful night.
You too. Thank you.
You betcha. Bye-bye. All right, my friends, that's a wrap. It's so quick. I will see you guys next week, and I cannot wait. Have a good one, guys. Bye-bye.
Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome. Time for Psychic Paths with Suzanne Marie. Live from PsychicPaths.com. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/Psychic Radio. Or one of our websites, AskOneRadio.com or Moonstruck.tv. This is Psychic Path on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hi, everyone. Welcome to A1R Psychic Radio. I am Suzanne Marie, and I will be your host for a little bit. I hope that everyone is doing well and feeling loved and safe. I am a clairvoyant and a light trance medium, and if you would like a private session with me, you can reach me at www.psychicpaths and yeah, browse my website. I am available for private readings for a half an hour and an hour. So I can see past, present, and future. And I also speak to past loved ones. So, hi, everyone. I hope everyone is doing well. I really do. It's been a tumultuous kind of time, and I'm really hoping that we can find ourselves in the midst of all of this, astrologically and every kind of way, to be patient and loving and kind. That's what I would like to see. That's what I pray for, that everyone can be kind and loving towards each other during this time. Without it, I don't know what to do, what we would do. We have to be kind to each other. We're kind of dependent on being loving and kind towards each other. And the other thing that we are dependent on is faith and hope. So whatever is going on and whatever seems to be bothering other people and yourself, this is Breezy right here, and she's a handful. I would hope that you would keep your faith, the faith that things are going to work out in its best interest, and that the hope that better things are coming, just coming, because I do believe that the universe is working in our best interests. I am looking for a positive sign, and I hope everyone else is, that things are just going to work out. We don't have to worry, and if it means being still and meditating and staying away from the constant noise of things that just cause us trouble. Do I have a caller? Let's see. We're hoping for a good caller tonight. We have Marlies from
Hi.
British Columbia. Hi, how are you?
I'm good, thank you.
Good. What can I help with tonight?
I'm not even sure because I've never had one of these readings before. So maybe if you can just let me know what you're seeing, and maybe that'll help guide me to whatever it is that's the lost soul out there. I mean, of course,
You felt drawn for a reading
Sorry?
tonight? You felt drawn for a reading?
No, and yes.
Okay. Hang on while I catch on to your energy and connect with it. Okay, so let me see if this resonates. I feel like you're a very, very, very hands-on person with things. Right away, I think what Spirit is trying to tell me is that you want things that are proven and what do you call it? You don't go for a belief. There's not a whole lot of like UFOs or so this is the first thing I'm getting is that you're very level-headed and you pride yourself on being a clear thinker and grounded. That's what I'm getting.
Well, I like to think I'm a clear thinker on a good day.
Yeah, you know, I'm really getting that. Yeah, that you wouldn't be a sheep. because someone said something wouldn't be good enough for you. You're not just going to follow anyone or, which is a very not a good trait, very good trait to have that ability to be a clear thinker. I'm also picking up maybe a loss. Someone has passed away and they're standing behind you. I'm going to see if I can get them clearer. Do you have a sister? Because there's also
I do have a sister.
I have a very strong feeling that you were destined to be sisters. It was meant to be, kind of a thing. Such joy. I feel such joy with that sister. Not always alike though. You're not always alike. There's
No, yeah, we're two completely different people. She's actually my older sister, and she
seems to be.
Still, I mean,
she's what?
Yeah, and she's still here with us.
Right. Yes, I got that. I feel like she has a more of a let go attitude. Well, the things that make you think are the things that will make her say, okay, now let's move on. She doesn't stay thinking is what I'm getting. Let me see.
Yeah, no, that's pretty true. She doesn't give two rats, whereas I do take a little bit more things to the heart.
That's what I'm picking up. The person isn't coming very clear in, but I feel like it's a more of a grandparent. I think it's a grandparent, and for some reason they're just there. I think what I can tell you is that they're there with you. They're always with you and caring about you, and they're rooting for your success, and they're there comforting you when you do feel low and feel down. I feel like it's a woman, though.
Well, I did lose. I mean, I've lost both of my parents. My dad on my birthday, unexpectedly, and then my mom suffered through a horrific type of cancer, just horrific. And so, yeah, I do struggle with that because she was taken out in not a very good way. And she was like just a go-getter too, right up until she was 80.
I feel like this person that's there from the other side does not want to start something like a communication, but they're there. And I noticed, I see people fast, maybe because they don't want to cause you any pain. They don't want to bring that up again. And I think maybe that's why they're kind of shielding themselves. Do you feel like you've healed from your mother's passing? Because I do feel like it's a woman.
No.
Okay.
Yeah, no, I haven't healed because, like I said, yeah, my mom was such a wonderful person that everybody loved her in our little community. And, like I struggle with the fact of what happened to her, and it just wasn't fair to her.
I am so sorry that happened to you.
Yeah, thank you. And I don't feel that I've ever had any closure with it because, she was diagnosed with a cancer. Yeah.
That's terrible.
And ended up being paralyzed and just, it's just a horrific death for her. And
I feel like on the other side, they just don't want to, they know you're not healed. That's probably why they're kind of shielded, but they're there. Your mother is around you. This woman is around you. I asked for a a message. And what she's showing me is little flowers, and they're in her hand. I think she wants you to have peace. I wonder if they're, lily of the valley. They're small.
Yeah.
I think she just wants you to have peace.
Yeah. Well,
Go ahead.
it's hard because it just, I feel so freaking bad for my mom, and that's what I struggle with, because it just was not fair. Like like I said, it was horrific. Absolutely. It was not fair that this happened to her.
She's at peace now.
Yeah.
And even though that happened, that's not where she's now. The second that she passed away, she became peaceful and surrounded by love and an amazing amount of comfort. She let go. She let go physically and mentally, and she's just in a bright spot. And I think that I would ask you to come back to the show, anyone on the show, when you feel a little more healed, and communicate with her again, because I feel like she does have a message for you, but I think she's saying not now. It is my fault that I had seen her and thought maybe she wanted to communicate, but she's not ready now, and you're not ready. But I want you to thank you so much for calling, and I do hope that you get a chance to call back and communicate.
A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome. Time for Insights with Solaris with Jennifer. Live from Solaris.1. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is Insights with Solaris on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the very first show of Insights with Solaris, where I am your host. I am Jennifer, and I have 10 years of experience with tarot reading, and then over a dozen certification and healing modalities, from Reiki to sound healing. And at the end of the day, I would say I am a channel of spirit here to guide who finds me. And I'm really excited for everyone who's coming in today. And I do believe we are going to be taking our first caller. So I'm just going to go in because I'm very excited. But while we are waiting on that caller, I'm just going to go ahead and pull a card for the collective on what to expect during the rest of the week. It's always good to know what energies is going around, so you know how to kind of navigate what's going on. And for the collective, we have the 8 of Cups. And when we come into this energy, it is a good time to really reflect and go inside to decide what do you want to take with you to the rest of the year? What do you want to see fall away so you can grow into the next year? Because we're already midpoint in the year. We're already past that. We're going into August. So if you're unhappy in a situation, or if you're really looking to find something that's worth a little bit more emotionally, spiritually, it's time to find that. In order to find that, you're also going to need to walk away from some things. But ultimately, it is going to be a little bit difficult to walk away, but it will be in your best interest and down the line, because you are bringing in more abundance when you're able to clear off all the clutter in your home and really bring in that abundance you've been looking for. And we do have our first caller. So welcome, Brandy from Dallastown, Pennsylvania. I'm so excited to have you here. How are you?
Good. How are you?
I'm doing good. Have you ever had a tarot reading before?
No, I have not.
Okay, well, I'm excited to be your first then. Did you have any specific questions, or what was you looking for?
Question more geared towards relationship, or my current relationship. Is it good? Is it bad?
Yeah, maybe. I immediately got chills and shivers, and then a little bit of heart tightening and some cramping in like the sacral chakra area. So it doesn't seem like it feels very comfortable right now. Would you say that's kind of true?
I would say that's true.
Oh yeah, we're coming out hot with a lot of the major arcana cards, and we'll talk about that a little bit more. Okay. Yeah, I'm seeing you've been thinking in your head a lot of anxiety over this situation. Do I need to do this? Do I need to do that? And it's really struggling to sleep a little too. But let's see what's coming over the situation. So something is going to have to change in this relationship. So I see a lot of strength, and I see like there possibly maybe been some like situations where you both are trying to control a situation. So there may be like power struggles going on. Does that resonate with you?
Yeah, that's pretty accurate.
All right. And it's really time to sit back, okay, and see, are you in a position where both of you are willing to make any type of compromise? Because it's showing that even though both of you are kind of coming off strong, you're very kind of coming in with a lot of fire energy, a lot of aggression. It seems like you're both willing to make that compromise, and have this renewal period, but someone has to take that first step. And it's really good because in the past situation, you guys were making a lot of long-term plans. You had a steady foundation. And it does look like moving forward that the passion is still going to be there in a relationship. But it's important that it's just not passion. If you're wanting to have more passion, absolutely, if that's what you're looking for. But it still seems like it's a little bit heated. But if you're able to work through this period where you're like, okay, let's take a deep breath. It's not about who is right. It's not about who has the power in the relationship, but how can we build a harmonious home? And you have a lot of potential there because you have this King of Pentacles, which is what you want in a very strong long-term relationship, to have all the abundance and to have a healthy environment. And in the subconscious, in the subconscious position, you have the Lovers. That is the card of the Lovers, and that's a beautiful card. It does recognize an equal give and take, but remember, relationships, it's the Gemini card. Gemini has two sides of the stories, and right now you guys are not listening to each other. And this is what's causing that anxiety. That's what's causing it. It's hard to understand each other, and that miscommunication. And really, like, the best path forward is saying, okay, you guys need to learn some patience for each other. What I'm seeing is like one person, okay, we got to go. We're late. We need to get going. We're late to go to this party. And the other person's like, I'm going to get there. So it's like one person's really pushing and the other person is feeling frustrated because they are not given the time that they need to like decompress. And that may be whether or not they're coming home from work, you or your partner, and you're coming in and you're like, sometimes you just need 15 minutes to like decompress in order to engage. Are you having that trouble? Would you say your partner is having trouble transitioning between different situations?
I would say it's probably more I need the time to decompress and he's got to go.
Yeah.
And because I've been working later hours, he's home and there's no like, I come home from work, gotta do. So it's definitely makes sense there.
And I do see that it's encouraging you to open up a little bit more with this Queen of Cups. Okay, to feel a little bit more into those emotions, especially if you've been working a lot and working nights, you probably are too tired to like really dig deep in the emotions, but allow yourself some time to decompress. And everyone says you got to do self-care, but it's true. You really do need to do self-care, because if you're not filling your own cup first, you're not going to be able to give anyone anything else, because you do have the Ace of Cups, which is another beautiful card for relationships. But this is saying like, hey, if your cup is not filled, you're never going to be able to get to the Two of Cups, which is two people coming together. But you have everything that you need in order to get to that period. But I also kind of see a potential for either travel, moving to a new place. Is either of those things coming in for you?
Not really. I mean, not really. I mean, we had talked about eventually needing a bigger house, but it's...
So I see a transition coming up, and there's going to be some decisions that need to be made, and it is in the future position, so it's not quite here. So what is this transition period about? What is this decision? Oh, okay. Are you married yet?
We are.
Okay. Let's see, a little bit more clarification. Okay, so what I'm seeing is that both of you are going to have to come together and realize that ego is coming into play. All right, because there's also maybe a little bit of a potential for somebody coming into your life trying to get your attention. So a third party situation potentially, but on your side. So somebody may be coming in, or somebody a little bit younger trying to get your attention. So that's just something to consider in the future. It's not saying that it has to go anywhere. It's just like, hey, that's potentially coming forward into there. There also seems to be kind of a bit of a fear around money. So I'm kind of thinking that maybe that's part of the workplace too. Like this person's trying to get your attention. Whether or not you want to engage is entirely up to you.
Gotcha. Okay.
Let's see. But overall, let's see. Yeah, it's really time to honor your commitments with each other. So that is truly about going in, okay, where are we at right now? Where do we want to go? Go back to our plans of what we had when we first started dating. Okay. And is that still able to happen? Because we do have the 10 of Wands here and the Hermit. So you have a lot on your shoulders. It feels like it's feeling pretty heavy, and I'm feeling kind of a little bit of upset stomach too. So perhaps like, even in the throat as well. So not feeling like your best self. Does that resonate?
Yeah, there's a lot going on. There's a stress going on between work and there's finances. There's a lot of decisions to be made all around. But yeah, I mean, and there's uneasiness and different things that I'm just not sure it's worth it for the long haul or...
Let's see, worth it. I mean, again, you had the Ace of Cups, you had the Lover's card, you have the King of Earth and the Queen of Cups. So, and now you're coming out with the King of Air. So there is a lot of potential in this. but that fear is coming into play and it's leading to sleepless nights, and you not being in that place where you can fully give to yourself is leading to a bit of that uninsuredness. But the best thing is to take some time for yourself. It doesn't necessarily have to be a break, but prioritize your well-being first until you feel your energy is coming back a little bit more. And then decide what you consider to be your boundaries, negotiables and non-negotiables. And we have 60 seconds left, and there are going to be competing goals. But if you communicate with speaking your mind and your confidence, you will see a situation that can blossom into a good relationship. But you got to speak your mind. And we are running out of time, but there are going to be difficult situations, but know that you can come out as the Queen of Cups, and it's going to be okay in 30 seconds. So speak your mind, because at the end of the day, if you do not speak your mind, you will eventually sabotage the relationship in another way. And I hope that helps and helps guide you a little bit more.
It does. Thank you very much.
Yes, absolutely. And thank you for being my first caller. And thank you to everyone who joined in for the first reading. And I hope to see you next time.
Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome. Time for New York City Celebrity Psychic with Perry Lyons. Perry Lyons. Live from PerryLyons.com. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is New York City Celebrity Psychic on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Technically, I am Hollywood royalty. Hello, my cherished ducklings. How are you? My cherished global ducklings. We're very global right now. So, let's see. Oh, my little backdrop thing is uneven. There we go. Hello, darlings. We're going to jump in with the Psychic Tarot weather today. It's just like regular weather, except less damaging to crops. And I'm going to pull 3 cards. And even if you're just passing through and you're hearing this show or watching this show without even meaning to. And shame on you, you should be meaning to. These cards still apply to you. So the first card is for the beginning of the week, which is today. The second card is for the second part of the week, which is like the weekend, and you're getting the hang of this. The third part is for the last few days of this week, ending on Wednesday. First card is interesting. It's a planning card. And this card, if you'll notice, this guy is sneaking out of an enemy camp with a lot of swords. And the reason this means good planning is that there is going to be a big bloody battle. That's hard to say. Big bloody battle. Toy boat, on the morrow. But since he's snuck into the enemy camp and stolen all their swords, there's not going to be a big bloody battle. Everything's going to be fine. And P.S., got a lot of nice new swords. So what this means is that you might be a little resentful because you might have been planning for other people when you didn't have to, as well as for yourself. But planning is going to work out. It's also a good harbinger for any new plans you might have. The second card is the extended family card. So you might be spending time with your extended family or your non-extended family. But if you notice, there's an older guy and there's a younger couple and there are some dogs, which symbolize either loyalty or the fact that dogs are cool. So you're going to be either talking to or spending time with your extended family or perhaps somebody else's. This can also, just so you know, being a merry and rich card, that's about 20% of the time, but I'm holding out for that 20%. Woohoo! Okay, I love doing that. The last card this is an earned happiness card. The 9 of Cups, as you'll see, the tarot is pretty much all about funny hats. And this guy is wearing a funny hat and sitting in front of a dais of 9 golden cups. Each of these cups represents a part of life that you have worked very hard to make good. So that's family, health, romance, your living situation, your job, and 4 other cup areas that I'm just going to let you think of. Hi, Joan in Pottstown, Pennsylvania. I'll be with you in a minute. Take the time while you're waiting to breathe deeply and think of your question. Okay. And so that's the psychic weather. To sum up, you're going to be planning something which is going to work out well. It might be for yourself and others. You're going to be spending time with or talking to family and extended family. And the third is you're coming into a time of real, genuine happiness that you've earned. Earned happiness is the phrase mot juste here, which I think means the right word in French. Either that or it's a kind of pot roast. Okay. Joan, how can I help you, my dear?
A lot. I need to know where my housing is going. I'm on the brink of being homeless, and I need to know about my relationship.
Okay. I'm sorry you're in such a pickle. Take a deep breath, Joan. It's going to be okay. It is. What day is your birthday? I like to connect people through their birthdays.
July 13th.
Oh, sweetie. I'm giving you a virtual hug, okay? Huge hug. There's going to be some sort of subsidized housing that comes your way. I don't know if you've applied for I don't know if it's called Section 8 housing or subsidized housing in your area, but because
you were my apartment or being able to stay in my apartment.
What I'm getting is that you're going to, I don't know if where you're living is subsidized housing, but that's, if you have to leave, that's why. I'm not entirely sure you do have to leave. It feels to me like some friends and relatives are going to help you with this situation. Are you having difficulty with the landlord? Is that the problem?
No, he's working very well with me. My boyfriend wrote me a text message 2 weeks ago. He quit his job and left the state. And I'm on, limited income.
Oh, golly Moses. I am so sorry. What a piece of poop.
Yeah, that's not the relationship I was asking about either, but go ahead.
No, I should hope not.
This one did not start until after that one because he was just, go ahead. I'm not going to say too much.
That's okay. You can say whatever you want. It does, the landlord is working with you. It feels like it feels like some friends and relatives are going to come in and help you out in some way. They might loan you the money you need. It also feels like, are you in some position where you're either in a job that you're too good for, or
I'm in disability.
Okay, that was my next question. Yeah. This is a lot. I somehow do feel that you are going to be able to stay where you are. I'm really sorry you're in this situation. But I feel like you're kind of proud and it's hard for you to ask for help. Is that correct? Joan, are you there? Joan, did I lose you?
I'm here. Sorry, I hit the mute button. I said I don't really have that many friends, and my family's all either passed or old and not doing well.
Okay. It just feels to me like, yeah, it feels to me like you're going to get some help here. It's a difficult situation. It's for some reason, I just feel like the cavalry is going to arrive in time and you're going to be okay. I also think that your landlord is going to work with you because you are disabled and you're also a really nice person. And you've done a nice job with the apartment. It looks nice. Yeah. We are very good at stuff like that. I would reach out to, it feels like there's an agency that can help you right now too. You might try calling the disability place and ask if there's an emergency fund for situations like this. I think there is. And
security disability.
Yeah, call or ask. Do you have a social worker?
No.
Okay, it's time for you to get a social worker. Reach out to your county offices and tell them, and they haven't assigned you a social worker. Well, that sucks.
No.
I'm sorry, I'm just not getting the feeling you're going to have to leave. I think that for some reason, I feel like there's going to be a last minute reprieve. I really do. So sorry you're going through this. The guy you're talking about.
Reached out to me. Yes, that.
What's that?
Between the two, I'm losing my mind. So between the two of it, I'm losing my mind. Because he reached out to me for my birthday, and we've been talking ever since. And he's like, anyhow, go ahead. I'll let you talk.
No, I like it. I was going to say he's somebody from your past.
Yes.
I think he might help you too. I mean, you guys have a very nice history. He knows you from younger years. He's got very fond memories of you, and he's a good guy. So I think.
Where are we going to go from here?
I think he's going to step in and help you, and I think he's going to be a good friend. And I think there's going to be a relationship here. He really does seem to care about you. He also seems to get you to understand that you're a lovely person no matter what you're going through. And that.
Are you just scared right now, or?
I was like this a couple of days ago, and a friend said, take a deep breath and turn it over to a higher power. Just know that you're going to be taken care of. When we get caught in that fear cycle, whether you believe in God or nature or a higher power, take a minute and just say, I'm handing this over to my higher power to fix.
Right.
It actually
scared, or is he going to come around?
No, I don't think he's scared. I think he's a pretty stable guy.
He's backing away.
All
right,
what's that?
He's backing away, and I said he's backing away.
He's backing away?
Yeah.
I don't think he is backing away. I think fear is catching. So if you can manage to get a hold of your fear, even though I totally understand why you have it, I really do. But take a minute, and if you can hand the fear over to God as you understand God, or a higher power, just take a minute and hand it over, because the evidence shows that you've always been, something always comes through for you at the last minute. And this is a terrible situation. But he's a good guy. He's secure. I think he does want to help you. If you can reach out to him without leaning on him too heavily, because I think fear scares.
Too much burden on him, being he just got sober and getting his life back. So I could be putting extra pressure on him that I don't mean to.
Again, it's about handling your fear and knowing on some level that you are going to be okay. You're not going to be homeless. That's not going to happen. I would stay in touch with him, but I would keep it a little lighter if possible. People do get scared when we're scared. So if there's a way that you can kind of breathe deeply and somehow get your, it's easy for me to say, but get your fear under control. I do think he wants to spend time with you. I think he really likes you. I think he cares about you. And as I said, I think he sees you as who you really are underneath a sort of panic you're feeling. I just am not feeling like you're going to lose your home. I just don't. But try not to put too much pressure on him. Just, if you can, just kind of see if you can find a way to laugh with him.
Okay.
Are you okay?
Yeah, I am.
Okay. I can feel your panic. Take a really deep breath and then breathe out through your mouth like this. Like you're blowing out a birthday candle. Do that 3 times. What that does is that'll help regulate your nervous system.
Right, okay.
Breathe really deeply and then breathe out like you're blowing out a birthday candle. Just do that for me. Just do it once. Okay. You're going to be okay. You're going to be okay. You are. And I just don't think he's going anywhere. And I
hope not.
I don't see you moving.
He started moving to me. He started meaning a lot to me right from the beginning because of our history and because he was there for me.
I think he wants to be here for you now, but I think what he wants is
less pressure
for you to. Well, it's hard when somebody's panicking. It's hard to know what to do for them. So, I know you're reaching out to all available agencies. I would like to see you get a social worker, because if you're on disability, usually that comes with it. You're put in contact with a social worker. If not, call the Department of Health.
Okay.
They can, and ask to talk to social services. That's why the department, that's why we pay taxes. So we have, Department of Health has a lot more services than people know about. My dad was health commissioner and I grew up with that department. They have social workers who can work with you.
That's the Department of Health. Okay.
Yeah, reach out to the Department of Health. I just feel that there is help available for you that you just don't know about. And I do think this guy really enjoys spending time with you. Do you have any kind of, do you have a church community, or do you have a kind of community you can reach out to?
I've reached out to a bunch of different agencies. I'm still waiting for a lot of callbacks on them.
Yeah, I understand that. Do you have a church you belong to, or is there a church you can go to and talk? There's no church in your
I don't.
area?
No, okay. I lost my daughter 7 years ago, so I don't really believe in that.
I'm so sorry.
And my mom 3 weeks later.
Oh God, I'm so sorry. Oh, that's awful. I can't imagine what that's like.
Yeah, I've been through enough time for that.
Yeah, I understand that. What I can tell you is I really don't think that you're going to lose your apartment. I think you are going to get some help. And with this guy, I think he can help you out. I don't think he can wholesale rescue you because that's a lot, but I think that he does really care about you. And if he's backing away, it's just because when somebody is in full-blown panic, people don't know how to handle it. So
right.
I'm going to put you, for what it's worth, I'm going to put you in my prayers, and do reach out to the Department of Health and say you need a social worker, you're disabled. Yeah, and
Okay.
keep reaching out to the other agencies. I know that there's help there for you. I really do. And this guy's not going anywhere. I'm so sorry. I wish I could wave a magic wand and make it okay, but I can tell you that I really do think you're going to stay where you are. I'm actually not seeing you moving. So I think it's going to be okay. And your landlord is a good guy. He will work with you, and you've got more people on your side than you know. You really do. You have a lot more people who care about you. Okay. All right, sweetie. Reach out to me and let me know how it goes, okay?
Okay, what, through message?
Yeah. I'm on Facebook. Okay. My name is Perry, P-E-R-I, Lyons, Lyons. Okay, let me know how you are.
Okay.
All right, sweetheart. Good luck. Okay, bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Oh, sometimes I wish I could just reach through the phone and make everything okay for somebody. She is going to be okay, though. I know that. We have Nicole in Winnipeg. I love Canadians. And so many Canadian friends, especially Ontario. I love people from Ontario. So how are you, my dear?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm good. I went to New York City this weekend to go see a friend of mine has a band called the Habibi Kings, which is made up of Israelis and Palestinians making beautiful music together. So that really kind of gave me hope for mankind. So I'm doing great. Thank you for asking. Tell me what your birthday is. I like to connect people through their birthdays.
November 19th, 1992.
Oh, you're just a baby. I'm shoes older than you. And you're a Scorpio. I love Scorpios. I'm a Pisces. We love you guys. How can I help you, my angel?
I was just wondering about my love life.
Yeah, I can see why. Do you mind if I ask, do you like men, women, fluid, llamas? Okay, good. It's funny because you're very attractive. You've got a lovely personality. You're very pretty. But your love life you haven't had that as much luck as I'd like to see you have. And it feels like that's going to change. Are there a couple of people it feels like, I don't think you're in a long-term relationship right now. I think there's somebody you like. It almost feels like there's sort of two people around you. What's your situation?
I kind of just broke up with the long-term guy.
Yeah, good idea. He was a nurse. Yeah.
Seeing a new one.
Okay, that's why I'm getting two guys. You're still not quite over the long-term guy, but and that's hard. I think you still have feelings for him, but he wasn't right for you. I feel like he was kind of a narcissist. That he would sometimes kind of say things to devalue you. Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm.
And what's that famous poem? When it began, I wanted you to be who you are. When it ended, I wanted you to be who you were. I feel like that kind of applies to this situation.
Okay. That
he kind of didn't, there were some emotional promises he didn't kind of follow through on. And I feel like he changed in some way. I'm sorry about that, but I don't think he was right for you. I like this new guy. There's also somebody else in your vicinity who I think really likes you, but you might not take it. He might be in the friend zone, but he's got kind of a thing for you. And why not? You're very cute. Is this new guy a little unattainable for some reason?
I don't know. I guess a little. Yeah. Sorry.
Oh, no problem. I like him. He feels kind of stable too. There's a female energy around him, so either he's just getting out of a relationship, or you might be slightly seeing somebody you don't know about. But I don't think it's that serious.
He kind of pulled away, so I haven't really spoke to him in a couple weeks. But I think it might be due to that.
I think he's sort of dating around. It feels like if you give it a couple more weeks and don't be in contact with him, as my old friend E. Jean Carroll used to say, she was the advice columnist for Elle magazine. I asked her once when I was single, E. Jean, what is the best advice you have for dating? And she said, men are hunters, let them hunt. So don't overproduce, don't be too available, don't reach out to him. It feels to me like for some reason you're in a position where you do meet new people. Is that because of your social life or something you do in work? But you're not somebody who just stays at home. It feels like you're a little. Feels like you have the capacity to be a little more socially active. Is there a way you can kind of go out with your friends, meet new people?
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Because I like this guy, but he feels a little unavailable right now for whatever reason. And you're very sociable, you're very good at meeting people, and you're very good at connecting with people. Do you have like a good group of girlfriends that you go out with?
Yeah.
Or you have, yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah. Take advantage of that. Go out with them to, a local place.
Yeah.
For some reason, I'm getting a place where there's a pool table, which doesn't sound like, but I get the feeling you might meet somebody doing something like playing pool or doing some sort of activity. I don't think your new guy has found you yet.
Okay.
I think you're going to sort of date around for a couple of months, but I think end of September, early October is when you're going to bump into somebody, maybe literally, who you really connect with. And he's pretty cute too. So give yourself a little time to see what's out there. Sometimes when we get out of a long-term relationship, we want to jump into a new one immediately, but sometimes the universe is telling you, and I'm telling you, to look around a little. Date around. You're young, you're attractive. The world is your oyster, as they used to say, which is kind of a weird expression, but there you go. The other thing is, and this is going to, because you are social and because you're popular, you have a lot of friends, let your friends know that you'd like to meet somebody. Because sometimes letting our friends help us out, it does them a favor because they feel like they're helping. And it does us a favor because we can meet people who we know are safe and they're already like vetted, if you know what I'm saying.
Yeah.
So that would be my advice. I wouldn't put too many eggs in the basket of this guy. He is going to come back around, but I would keep looking around. You're so young and you have everything going for you. So don't settle right now. You're also in a place of sort of good luck in your love life. So when you go out, you've got this kind of aura around you that is going to sort of have available guys talking to you. So just know that and trust that. And get your girls to take you out and get your friends to hook you up because you're a catch. And they'd be doing their friends a favor. I hear a little doubt in your voice, but you are a catch.
Thank you.
No, you really are. And you help your friends out all the time. So it's time for them to reciprocate a little. Do you mind if I ask, you have kids?
Yeah. Sure.
You have two kids?
I have one.
Okay. Well, it looks like I see prospect of another kid. So it looks like you are going to be in a long-term relationship. I think you're going to get married. I don't think it's till 2026, but by this time next year, you're going to be in a pretty serious relationship with somebody who's good for you. I really see that, and I want that for you because you thrive in stability. And I'm glad you're out of that other relationship. I don't think he was good enough for you. Yeah. All right, girl.
Honestly, I've heard that over and over.
Yeah, and I'm
like, even
I'm
random
telling you,
strangers will come up like, no, he does not deserve you.
Well, I'm a random stranger, and I'm telling you, you got much better stuff coming up. All right, my angel. Love you, and the color looks great on you. All right, I'll see you next week.
Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome. Time for Zodiac Zone. 30 minutes of astrological insight with Melissa Markham. Live from mmastrovibes.com. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is Zodiac Zone on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hey everyone, welcome to Zodiac Zone, where you're going to get 30 minutes of astrological insight. So a couple things I want to talk about tonight. First, we're going to have a new moon in Leo, along with Mercury retrograde. That's a lot of energy, don't you think? Especially a lot of friends and clients contact me during Mercury retrograde, and they're like, oh my God, what is going to happen with this retrograde? First of all, it's stationed in Leo. So Leo is everything about, it's ruled by the sun, and it's everything about us, how we love, how we show ourselves. So when Mercury retrograde is in Leo, it's really one of those things that we're going to think of, like, why are all the eyes on us? And a lot of people are going to go into their ego. They're going to think with their ego when they normally don't think with their ego. So I would say, watch out for that. And watch out for, it's always about with Mercury communication. And I always tell people to plan ahead for anything can go wrong, because it's communication. It could be technology issues. And typically there's a 2-week shadow period before and after the retrograde. So I don't know about everybody else, but I've been having problems with technology. I've been, canceled, like trips can get kind of funky as far as travel. So just be very mindful of all these things going on right now with this energy. I mean, here's the thing. I had a very close friend she is buying and selling her house, and she started freaking out. She was like, oh my gosh, this is all happening during the retrograde. What do I do? And here's the way it works. She started the process of looking for a house and selling her house way before the retrograde started. So if you do something like that, it's fine. The contract is already kind of done. It's already finished as far as this is what you want to do. Now you're just kind of going through the motions of buying or selling a house. The thing not to do is to decide during the retrograde, okay, I want to start the process. It's really not about that. It's really about kind of taking a step back and looking at what kind of reviewing what needs to be done. Because a lot of times, like I said, the communication during a retrograde can be kind of funky, and you're not going to necessarily get the communication correct. It could be a problem. So you would just want to make sure that cover all these bases as far as, hey, just take some time, review what you're doing, and then probably start the process after. But if you're during the process, you're going to be okay, so don't listen to all the noise out there and, oh my God, it's a retrograde and the sky is falling. It doesn't work like that in astrology. As far as the new moon in Leo, I think is going to be really amazing. And the reason why I say this is because it's really, Leo is about finding your heart, doing something very heart-centered, doing something that you love, that you feel very, very passionate about. And with this new moon starting on Sunday, this is something where you can find joy in things, find joy in somebody you love, find joy in something that you wanted to do or love, and really go deep with yourself. Where is it that you find joy? Where is it that you're going to be at your highest vibration? And that is really, I believe, what this new moon is about. So what I tell my clients and what I tell people is, here's a time to kind of write out very specifically what you want. We all have this amazing power to manifest. Unfortunately, manifesting has been kind of overused and demonized and made to look kind of stupid and silly, but it's really not. It's a technique that goes back many, many years ago, and it does work, but you have to be very heart-centered. You have to believe in what you're manifesting. It's not like, oh, I just want to win the lottery and I'm going to manifest it. That's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about deep heart-centered coherence where you feel something and you know that it's going to happen in the best time for you. So what I suggest is to write whatever this is for you down and be very specific. And what you want to do is possibly write it on a piece of paper and fold it towards you, fold it towards your heart, and go outside and put it under, like, where, the moon can shine on it, and, put it out there to the universe, whatever this is that you desire. I know that I've tried this technique many times, and I was very surprised that, wow, I have this amazing ability to do this. And it's not just me, this is for you as well. So those are some of the things that I wanted to kind of say tonight. I mean, this weekend is going to be really good and really interesting, because at one point you're going to have this confusion, this ego kind of stepping in to, what you're doing. And then at another point, you're going to have to go deep inside who you are and what you're trying to manifest, and also where you're going to be heart-centered and where you're going to feel the best about yourself and love yourself. So that is the key. So those are the things I wanted to share with you tonight. Do I have Brittany?
Yes.
For my
hi.
first. Hi, how are you?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm doing great. I'm doing great. Did some of that resonate with you tonight, Brittany, as far as really finding your heart and doing, going out and taking advantage of this new moon in Leo?
Yes. Yeah, I think it did. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah. Yeah. I suggest you do that. And again, like I said, I was saying, it could feel a little uneasy because we have a Mercury retrograde in Leo as well. So it's kind of like checking our ego and saying, no, that's not what the ego, or that's not what the ego necessarily wants. It's really what your higher self and what you feel kind of drawn to. So anyway, okay. So what I'm going to do now is readings. I'm a vibrational evolutionary astrologer, so I focus really on the sole purpose of why you're here. So when is your birthday, day, month, year?
It is July 16th, 1993.
July 16th, 1993. Okay. And the time you were born?
I think it was in the morning, like maybe 7 a.m., but I'm not quite sure.
Okay. We could try it. And then, so typically what I tell my clients is the time is the most important part of it, because the planets can change houses depending on what degree that they're on, anywhere from 3 minutes to, obviously a PM chart is going to look very different from an AM chart. So, but we can try this. So about 7:03 AM.
Yeah, I know that she had like an appointment and she went in so it was planned. So I'm pretty sure it was in the morning. So yeah, maybe 7 a.m.
Okay. And the city state.
It was Hagerstown, Maryland.
I'm sorry, what was that?
I'm sorry, you said city state.
Tigersville?
Yeah, Hagerstown. Hagerstown, Maryland, Hagerstown.
Hagerstown. Okay.
Yeah.
Gotcha. Sounded like Tigers Town. Sorry. Okay. Hagerstown, Maryland. Got it. Okay. Let me just see something. I just like to check this. Let me move myself here. Hang on 2 seconds. Sorry about this. I just wanted to see the elements in your chart. I wanted to see if you had at night, and I pretty much guessed it. Yes, you have 4 planets in air. Okay. So I'm going to talk astrology, and then I'm going to tell you what it means in layman's terms. So your South Node is in Gemini in the 11th house. The 11th house is about our hopes and dreams. It's about groups of people, friends. And your North Node is in Sagittarius in the 5th house. The 5th house is it's ruled by Leo. Yours is ruled by Sagittarius. It's really about the heart-centered things that we were just talking about, finding your heart, enjoyment in life, children, things like that. So I would say with 4 planets in air, you're a lot in your mind, and especially with that South Node in Gemini, where you have probably a lot of scattered thinking. Like sometimes it's very hard for you to concentrate. Mm-hmm. And I feel like especially probably most likely in a group, You know, you could be very distracted. Like people can distract you.
Yeah.
And,
Okay.
but you have this sense of you know what to do, like as far as keeping up with the collective, like it's automatically in you. You're very logical, the way you think, the way you act, the way you kind of process things. But in this lifetime, like I said in the beginning of the broadcast here, it's really about finding purpose and doing something that you love, something that's very heart-centered, looking at the big picture of something and saying, wow, this is what this just fills my heart up, and this is what I need to do. Does that resonate with you?
Yes, yeah, it does. I'm like thinking about like my career, and you're saying like things that I love to do, and I'm kind of thinking like, is this what I'm supposed to do like with the rest of my life? Like, and I am a little scattered brain, like thinking about different kind of things. I kind of should focus more on one thing at a time. But I don't know if I should just, because I'm thinking about a couple of different big changes. I don't know if I should just go for it or kind of stay safe.
Yeah, I think too with the sun, you have the sun in the 12th house. And the sun in the 12th house is very powerful. I feel like that you could probably get a lot out of your dreams. I would definitely recommend that you have some kind of journal by your bedside that you can just kind of like, you know how when you're in that lucid state of dreaming where you're kind of awake, but you're not really awake, and you can really deeply remember your journey of that dream. That's when you need to grab the pen and paper and just kind of write it down. And even if it doesn't mean anything, this is where you would really.
I have like the most vivid dreams too. Like they're so real.
Yeah, and I feel like
that
that's really, really going to help you. That's going to help you, and for you to be happy and fulfilled in what you do, it has to be something that you feel very heart-centered about. It can't just be logical. Logical will get you. It will get you where you need to be, but it's not going to fulfill you, if that makes sense.
Yeah, it does. Definitely it does.
Yeah, I also feel that with Saturn in the 7th house of partnership, that you have to have a serious partner, somebody that that you feel really wants what you want and really loves you, every part of you. You know, otherwise it's not going to work. I don't know if you're in partnership, but that's.
Yeah, I am actually. We've been together for about 13 years almost, and he is, everything. Like I'm so completely with him. Like we are one, kind of. Like I'm very happy.
Yeah, because that's going to be important to you to really up your vibration, you know, and, you know, you're a nurturer. You have your Mercury's in Cancer in the 12th house. Sometimes you're not one to speak up, you know, you kind of, you can be a little bit hidden sometimes and kind of, but I think it's important for you, especially when you see the big picture of something and you're feeling compelled to speak about something. Do speak up, because I feel like you have a very strong intuition. You know, you're a very positive person. You have Jupiter in the 3rd house, which is a really good place for Jupiter. You know, you always look to the good in things. I don't know. Do you have siblings?
Yes, I do. I have a younger brother, an older sister, and a younger sister. And my mom was a Gemini, and my husband's a Gemini. And my mom was really like upbeat and positive, so that's kind of how I grew up, like upbeat and giddy, and so.
Right. No, I think you have probably do you have a good relationship with your brother?
Yeah, we didn't really talk that much, but now we're starting to really talk and really bond. Me and my younger sister are really we're really close. So yeah.
Mm-hmm. No, that's awesome. Oh, so that's what I see in your chart. And if you've ever like to go deeper, I'm at mmastroVibes.com. We could do a full chart reading for you. So thank you so much for calling in.
Wonderful. Yeah, thank you so much. Yes, thank you.
Have a great night.
You too. Thanks.
Bye-bye. Trina?
Yes. How are you?
Hi, Trina. How are you tonight?
I'm doing good. How you doing?
I'm doing great. So when is your birthday?
12.
Day, month, year. I'm sorry?
December 21st, 1992.
December 21st, 1992?
Yep.
Okay. And what time were you born?
Oh, I do not know.
I'm sorry?
I don't know.
Do you have an idea, or do you have I could do like an estimate.
No, I don't know. I was born on the 21st.
Okay. I don't wanna, chance it. Definitely the time, like I was telling the other caller and at the beginning of my show, is very important, because the planets can move depending on what degree they are. They can move every couple of minutes, and the chart looks very different. If you have, if the chart is an AM to PM, it's a completely different chart. And it really depends on where that, the planets align in the houses. So that's why the time is very, very important. But if you wanted to, go to Vital Statistics and look for the county that you were born in, what you would typically do is order the long form. Mm-hmm. And that would have your time on it. I actually had to do that for myself and both of my children, because I had an approximation, but I didn't know the times that they were born. So yeah,
okay.
We could. So yeah, if you want to find that information out, and like I said to the other caller, I do personal readings, and my site is mmastroVibes.com. So if you wanted to call back in with that time.
All right.
All right. Well, thank you so much.
All right. Thank you.
Have a great night.
Good to you.
Thank you. So anyway, typically I do 2 readings, and just for all the listeners out there, the time is very, very important. I know it's not something that people have, unless they have in, their baby bracelet, or unless for some reason they have their birth certificate. I mean, people have their birth certificate, but if they have it readily available, but the time is everything. So I definitely don't like to do readings without the time. There is a way to do it in the rectification chart. Can't say that word tonight, but It's not something that I regularly like to do. In fact, when I do readings, even off the cuff, or I do various readings in St. Augustine at particular places, I ask people, what is the numbers that you feel? Give me an approximation, but I really prefer that you check it with your birth certificate, because it can mean a completely different chart. So that's why, because the planets constantly move and they move around the clock. So depending on what degrees, like I said, the planets are, they can appear in different houses, and those houses mean something different. So you can have a completely different chart. So that's why it's so, so important to have the time when you call in and you want a reading from me, because I like to be as accurate as possible. Some other things that I think are really interesting right now that are going on, and, we have a lot. I think one of the most interesting things that's going on right now is Pluto is currently in Capricorn. It's been in Capricorn since about 2008. Well, it is changing signs to Aquarius, and it is going into Aquarius, I believe, the end of November, and then it stays in Aquarius until 2043. So we're going to see some monumental changes in technology. We're going to see probably AI completely take over certain facets in certain industries. I'm sure everybody's kind of seeing this right now. So it should be interesting with a lot of the things going on in America as far as from a political standpoint and all of that. So it's going to be kind of, I've been telling people that 2024 is kind of a wild ride, and just expect the unexpected. We might not see things that are going to happen this year. It might be one of those things that we're like, wow, I didn't see that coming. I'm sure that, people that are into politics and into all of this other stuff are seeing that right now. So that's going to continue to happen. I think the energy is going to, kind of slow down a little bit as we get into 2028 to 2030. So it's not going to always feel like this, because I constantly have people say to me, oh my gosh, why is everything so unhinged, and why do I feel like this? So just know that a lot of things are going on. We had in 2022 our first Pluto return. So Pluto returns back to its place in the chart about every 248 years. So it's major shifts in this country, because Pluto means death, destruction, and then transformation. So it's going to bring up to the surface everything that is not right with things, everything that is hidden, everything that is power versus powerlessness. So I just, if ever you get concerned about something, astrology, the beautiful thing about astrology is astrology tells a story with all of this. And I just think that it's a language that I love, that I've been looking into and studying for the last 4 years, but I've been into it my entire life. And I always look to the chart for the answers, not only from a personal and professional aspect, but also from a world aspect, as everything is changing. So I tell people not to be afraid, to look inside themselves and to really find their purpose and passion and what they want to accomplish, why they're here on Earth. And I think it's really important. And that's why I'm going to say once again, go out this Sunday with this new moon in Leo and really find your heart. Find something that you find purpose and passion in, and do something that you love and something that you feel really good about. Because when you're, that is going to put you at your highest vibration.
To A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, Enlightening Television. Welcome. Time for Maria Leggett's Medium Show with Maria Leggett. Maria Leggett. Live from MariaLeggett.com. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is Maria Leggett's Medium Show on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hello, everyone. My name is Maria Leggett, and I'm coming to you live from Dayton, Ohio, and I'm really tired of this humid weather. I don't know if any of you have had to deal with humid weather, but, you know, it's not great on curly hair. Got to look at all whatever. And nor do I like the heat. I'd really like to live somewhere where it was like 60 to 70 degrees all the time. Although I do like snow. Anyway, welcome to the show. I'm so happy to have you guys all here. I want to put a reminder out there that if you would like to receive emails with tips on intuition and discounts to classes and discounts to readings with me, please go to my website, marialeggett.com, MariaLeggett. And you can sign up there. If you use the front homepage, there is a free signs and symbols workbook to help you begin to understand your own signs and symbols. This is a great way for you to get a free opportunity, a free gift in order to help you really start to develop your signs and symbols. It's a great way to begin to connect with your spirit guides and find out, why are they leaving me all these 111s? Why are they leaving me a feather? Why are they leaving me all of these things? So I look forward to seeing all of you on my email list. And with that, I want to welcome Trina to the show. Hi, Trina.
Hey, how you doing?
I'm doing very well. How are you?
I'm doing good.
Awesome. How may I be of service to you this evening?
I'm supposed to be getting a reading, so hopefully whatever comes to you that you have to say to me, I would like to know.
Awesome. Is there any specific question you might have?
About my job, I do, because I want something different, but I would like I'm looking for another job, but I still want to keep the same job, if that makes any sense.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you just want to do it in a different place.
Yeah.
Awesome. Okay, so I am going to say my prayer real quick, take off my glasses, and we're just going to see what the spirit guides have to say. Are you ready?
Yep.
Awesome. Mother, Father God, thank you very much for this moment in time. Thank you for allowing me to be of service to Trina this evening. As we open the door to communication with the great I Am presence, we know that all words spoken will be with your wisdom, truth, love, and understanding in the highest. In this moment, we ask for the veil to be lifted and any crossed over loved one, ancestor, spirit, guide, spirit, animal, to please come through with messages for Trina in her highest good. Amen. So Trina, they're giving me a symbol, and it's like my shoes are kind of glued to the ground. They're showing me that where you are currently, you're kind of stuck and not able to do what you would like to do in your job. Does that make sense?
Yes.
They're also showing it to me as though you like what you do. You would like to be in a place where you are more respected for what you bring to the table, and that people will actually see you and pay attention to the suggestions that you put out there. Because they're showing it to me as though you would have suggestions, but either a supervisor or somebody over you would say, no, we're just going to do it this way because this is how we've always done it. Does that make sense?
Yes.
And so it's really important. And you just keep getting this nudge. It's almost like you get this feeling in your gut that's like, oh, I just know this is not the place for me. And so this is Spirit's way of saying, trust your intuition, trust your body, because you are not being fully respected there in the way that you should be. Does that make sense?
Yes.
They're showing me that there are other opportunities, and except that they are, they're showing it to me as though they're maybe not in the same direction. It's like it's a different drive than what you're taking now. Maybe it's a little bit further away or an opposite direction of a way that you would need to go for something else. Does that make sense?
I'm looking for something in different areas because I do want to move and everything, just out of the area.
Yep. So, okay, thank you. They're showing me it is important for you to ask someone else to look at your resume, because you're so used to everything that you do, you can't really see how to elaborate on it because you just assume that people would know based on these few sentences. But someone outside of you would say, hey, listen, we can make it sound like this and we can make it sound like that. So it's putting a different spin or a different perspective on your skill set. Does that make sense?
Yes.
And Spirit is showing it to me as though it's also very important for you to value what you bring to the table, because you have been kind of squelched in your voice, like taken away in certain circumstances, that it's really hard for you to really speak up and say, hey, this is what I need you to do. This is how I want you to do it. This is what I think is going to help us in the safety area. Does that make sense?
Yep.
Perfect. Oh, thank you. Spirit is showing it to me as though you get like these light bulbs that are popping off while you're working. And so you get all of these amazing, great ideas. And Spirit says, that's us talking to her. So we need her to know that she is in contact with her spirit team and that you are not alone, even though you may feel like you're alone in this arena. Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm.
So spirit is fully supporting you in making the change. And they said, I don't know what 30 has to do with it. So I don't know if it's like 30 miles or 30 minutes, but they're saying 30 away. Does that make sense?
30 away. I don't know what that means either. But I'm in my 30s.
They just keep giving me the number. Oh, okay, thank you. They keep giving me the number 30, and I'm like, I don't understand this.
Yeah.
You are okay. They're showing me the full card in tarot, which means I'm ready for this new beginning. I'm ready to just take this blind leap of faith and make the change. And the change is going to help you to feel less constrained by the situation rather than the situation that you're in right now, where you're not as open as you would like to be. So being able to move and do what you do in a different place is going to provide you with more opportunities and provide you with an opportunity to meet more people and more like-minded people just like you. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Because they're just showing it to me as though it's really important for you that you have a community, that you have people. You like to be around people. You don't like to feel alone. And that being able to be at a place where people who are like you and laughing with you, because sometimes people may look at you like you don't take things seriously. And that's not it at all. You just like to have fun doing the serious work, because why does it have to be boring? Does that make sense?
Yep.
So it is absolutely time for you to start looking, start moving. And they're showing it to me as though you're like ready to do this before Christmas. Like you're ready soon.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm kind of fed up. Yeah.
I don't blame you, because they're showing it to me as though you're like moved and in and ready to go, excuse me, by Christmas time. So you'll be settled in and ready to go so that you can just be happy and move forward. And that way you can look at 2025 as, oh my God, I really do have a new start to a new year and I can make this my year. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
They're, I don't know if you're in a serious relationship or not, but they're showing me like wedding bells in 25.
No, I'm not. No relationship.
She's like, I don't know about all that.
But I would like to be in a relationship. I just got a lot of stuff going on personally to where I feel like that person has to accept that first before anything. And, I have a lot of standards now, and you have to meet some standards because of what's going on with my health and everything. So if that person don't meet on me, I just don't have time for a lot of BS. Is either you do it or you don't. And I'm a person just,
I think that's beautiful.
Say you go do something, do it.
That's right. That's a very good way of setting healthy boundaries, and I wish more women understood that. This is what I'm willing to accept, and this is what I am not willing to accept. But Spirit is literally showing it to me. I can see the big poofy white wedding bells that you can put on tables. They're like you can get them at the dollar store. But that's what they're showing me. And so they're just showing me these wedding bells, and that the move is going to help you to shift towards that.
Okay. I'm excited.
Oh, yeah. And the thing is, it's like this great shift of energy for you. It's literally as though you've been wearing like this big, heavy coat filled with all this weight, and you're ready just to throw it off and go, listen, here I am. Let me go do all the things and enjoy life. Does that make sense?
Yep. I just came from Vegas. Yep. So is. Mm-hmm.
I love that. I love that. That's wonderful. Absolutely wonderful. I am not a health professional by any stretch of the imagination, but I'm getting this and I'll just share it with you. I don't know when the last time was you had your vitamin levels checked in your blood, but Spirit's literally showing me getting a blood draw done and checking your vitamin levels because something isn't right. And that may help to explain some things that are going on with you. Not a medical professional, not diagnosing. I'm just telling you what I see.
I know what's going on.
Oh, good. I am so glad. I'm like, I don't know about this, Spirit, but they really wanted me to talk to you about that. So you have all of these great, amazing things coming up for you. Just take that leap of faith, Trina, and follow on it, man. Just go do it. Pack up and run.
See, that's the thing. Okay, I want to so bad. I really do. But it's one thing that's really keeping me here is because the health situation thing. I know what's going on with that. I'm on dialysis, so
Yep.
You know, so it's like.
I appreciate you so much, Trina. Thank you so much for being on here. I appreciate you calling in. I hope you have an amazing rest of your evening. And thank you to all of you for watching. I hope you all have a great week, and I will see you in 7 days.
A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome. Time for Sacred Insight with Andrea Baker. Live from mindbodynourish.etsy.com. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is Sacred Insight on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Insights on A1R Psychic Radio. I'm your host, Andrea Bacon. Thank you for joining us. We really appreciate it. And I hope you all had a blessed week and that everyone is doing well. So before we get started, I was going to show you my two perfumes that I have. I have a Summerween, which is Halloween and summer because we're in the middle of summer and going into Halloween, and I love Halloween. And so here's a bottle. I don't know if you can read it, but this is Summerween, and it's got pumpkins on the label sitting out on the beach. It has essential oils of Palo Santo, which is good for protection. And it's got vanilla CO2, which is kind of like a joyful, candy smelling almost, not super sweet, and then coconut CO2. And it's mixed in jojoba oil, and it includes a chipstone that I just pick randomly and inside the bottle. So it's going to be in the perfume and kind of charges the perfume. And then I have Dragon Breath. So this has labdanum, vetiver, amber oils, and I put a tiger's eye crystal chipstone in that one, and it helps with grounding, protection, and abundance. And the link to those are in my shop, which is stan.store/medium Andrea. Okay, so for the messages for the week, we are in Mercury retrograde, and guides and angels, I was channeling some message from them to help us navigate the energy right now. Yesterday, Mercury went into retrograde, and so I'm going to start off with a channeled message from our guides and angels. You are creating something new. You're birthing something new, a whole new way of being. And this is going to be done by reclaiming lost parts of yourself. So we're going to get into that, which is, it's really interesting and like a really super spiritual message today. So I love it. So they were showing me some things when I went into channel. I started with being shown a large oak tree with a swing, which looked like a really big oak tree or just a big tree in general. But sometimes these are metaphors and sometimes for some people it's literal, but I was hearing the phrase days of grace and picking up on a lot of energy about feeling nostalgic. So I was also picking up on some names. So first of all, the name Grace could be significant. It doesn't have to be, but it's something to mention. And the other names I was picking up, which are names of flowers. So the flowers or the names could be significant to some of you. I was hearing Daisy, Rose, and Melissa. So these could be significant to the past, like grandmothers growing these in their garden, that type of thing, which also which is tying into a lot of that nostalgic energy right now, because Mercury retrograde does have to do with nostalgia or with the past or things coming up from the past. And you may have been feeling this for a bit, but also working with those flowers, like bringing them in, cut flowers and that type of thing might be something to brighten your energy, brighten your space up, which is always a good idea. So the channeled message I got from the angels is saying, you may no longer be feeling like your past self. Now is the time to garner the lessons. It is normal to grieve the past version of yourself and what was. So now is the time for you to relax. And you have come really far on your journey of enlightenment. And if you need help, just call on your angels. Also, if you feel fear, maybe about what's to come or just in general, they will light your way forward when it is time to take action. Now is the time for restoration of your energy, for rest, play, renewal. And I was also hearing recompense. So I asked what it was about. And this is about talking about you're gaining your energy back. You're gaining something back you lost. This could be vitality. This could be parts of yourself, as in something like a soul retrieval. And so parts of you maybe that you had to dim or suppress, and these parts of yourself are being restored in a new balanced and healthy, healed way. And they are saying not to brush off the guidance that you receive, and you don't need to chase after it. Sometimes when we grip onto things and try and figure it out, it becomes more elusive. But it will come to you naturally and in divine timing. So enjoy this time of renewal, reflection, and it's going to be helping you to find freedom. And you're going to have the answers that you seek. The right people and opportunities will arrive at the right time. And now you are being molded by spirit to be the best version of yourself. So stay focused and centered in the light. After all, That is who you really are. So I love that so much. And you are finding a new sense of freedom. And we are as a collective as well. So this is taking us towards a really big shift. And that's that spiritual energy I was mentioning. The world is going through is going to become later on, probably, it starts with us, but much more heart-centered approach. So like in the way we do business and the way we live our life and the way we deal with people in our lives and all of that, everything is going to be much more centered, heart-centered, And so like there's going to be a lot more businesses around that are heart-based. And this is a very good thing. So there's going to be a lot more joy, a lot more fulfillment in the world, which is going to help things like world peace, help raise the vibration of humanity and this type of stuff. And it starts with us as individuals in our own lives first, so that we can bring, that energy to a broader spectrum to other people. We live by example. It's never about like forcing our viewpoints on people or anything like that, just saying. But the way that we like approach relationships is going to be changing. Now, talking about the relationships. So a lot of us were in very challenging relationships, some from a young age. And, relationships are our greatest teachers. So whether it be love, friendships, business, or family, a lot of us were taught to deal with stuff and deal with the challenges in ways that were not really in alignment. And over time, things became like the go-to. They developed patterns that were not in alignment. So this is also about being generational pattern breakers or curse breakers, but I say pattern. Like codependent energy, that a lot of the time in families that was encouraged by people, or brushing things under the rug and not really dealing with them openly, that type of stuff. Just however it is for you, because it's different for everybody. But all this to say that we as a collective become disempowered and, allowed that disruptive patterns to set in that were modeled to us, and that we, as a young age, we ended up continuing on in our life, in our relationships. And so now the energy is supportive of us becoming who we were always meant to be. And that's by the way of not repeating the past, unless that's something that was obviously working for you. But for the stuff that wasn't really balanced and wasn't really working for you and not really in alignment with your true self, that didn't bring love and it didn't bring the happiness and all of that. So we've learned from that, or we are learning from it. And since it's so much about the past, that's why this nostalgic energy was coming up so strong at this time, which really makes sense because Mercury retrograde is about, the perfect time to do the inner work with any of these types of issues. This is about becoming in alignment with the things that excite you, things that you love, things that you're passionate about, maybe kind of discovering more of those things. Also, I was getting this reminder to say, now is not really the time to start something new. They're really reiterating this. So for instance, relationships, new love, things like this, they are not well aspected during Mercury retrograde. And look, I know that life happens, but if you're planning something, keep it in mind. If you're planning a wedding, if you can, try not to have it during a Mercury retrograde. That's something to keep in mind. Like I said, life happens. Sometimes stuff can't be helped. You can't, always plan everything around that. But it does make a difference if that's something that you can do. So that's just also, if you want a new relationship, Try not to get into something, start something now during Mercury retrograde. If you want to buy a car, house, if you can wait, it really would be better to wait. This is just a real quick separate message looking into star seeds. If you're not really familiar with what star seeds are, they were saying that you might want to look up some books on it and see what you're drawn to, because this actually ties into this big shift in consciousness to bring freedom of self, freedom of expression that we're all going through. This is because you bring a different energy. But anyway, I just thank you so much for being here, and I will see you next week. And if you are interested in like working with me, getting coaching, interested in the perfumes, you can always see what I have listed. I've got a bunch of things listed, different readings and everything. The link is stan.store/mediumandrea. And just, they're saying remember to stay grounded. Going back to the starseed, if you struggle to stay grounded, being a starseed is something that can talk about. It's kind of hard for people in the higher frequency and up in the clouds to stay grounded into the earth sometimes.
A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV and Lightning Television. Welcome.
Time for Sacred Insight with Andrea Bacon.
Listening to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV and Lightning Television. Welcome.
Time for 3 to C with Kylie. Live from X3ToCX.com.
Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio.
Or one of our websites,
askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv.
This is 3 to C
on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hi, my name is Kylie Nelson, and I'm a professional psychic medium and Reiki master. I'm here this evening to let you guys know about what I do, how I heal, and everything that I do for others to help them understand their own journey as a healer or a person who is healing on their own. There's a couple things that I want to do as I introduce myself, as I am moving into international energy and healing others. As I have gotten into my own healing journey, it has been very much a large portion of my life as I've healed others around me. And I've healed myself to almost an extreme level where I never thought I could be. This is why I do what I do, so that I can share this energy with others and also teach others how to heal. So, starting with a little bit of an understanding, I want to share a little bit of my story and tell who I am. Again, my name is Kylie Nelson. Um, I am a mother full time, and I am a professional psychic medium and Reiki master. I also like to call myself an alignment guide because I align others into higher consciousness and also into their gifts if they are intuitive or a healer in any way. I also help to align others into their correct path. So I'm going to take a little bit of time to explain to you some things that have pushed me into my own journey and how I have gotten here. When I was a child, I had a brother that was in very close connection with me, and he ended up passing away at a very young age. When I was connected with him, I was very present with him, even sleeping in bed with him every night because we were just that close and we were best friends. He always encouraged me to be myself and have fun. And losing him was very detrimental to my mental health as well as my family. Within years passing, we actually disconnected within my own family. And I was also disconnected from his energy. And I grew up and had a little bit of an understanding with my own traumas. And these were traumas that were given to me by others, and also traumas that I caused myself from unknowingly moving into energy that was unhealthy. And this is why I prefer to heal others and let others know what's going on in their own energy and around them so that they can move into their own positive path. Understanding that, I have come a long way and I have healed a lot of energy around me, as well as a ton of clients. I've worked with hundreds of energies, and I started with intuitively reading tarot cards after working with runes myself. Understanding that I moved into that energy on my own with no one around me to believe in my gift besides my husband was very important, because moving into an intuitive journey is very important to believe in yourself, even if nobody else does. I was very lucky and fortunate to have a husband that was so supportive, even with something that seems almost insane, as calling myself a psychic is almost the craziest thing I could ever imagine for myself. And I always sit in the energy of helping and healing others to understand that you can be comfortable in your own energy, even if no one believes you. As in and out of my intuitive journey, I lost belief in myself. And this is the number one thing that I push with my clients. This is the number one thing that I push with everybody, because believing in yourself is the most important part. And you need to celebrate your accomplishments, celebrate your energy, and celebrate how you have healed. It's very, very important to understand sitting in healthy energy is where you need to be as a healer and as a person, so that you can control what is around you. Because when you are on the correct path, when you are on correct energy for yourself, healing yourself and others, God energy, the energy of higher consciousness that flows through all of our bodies here on earth, sits with you and helps you, brings you gifts, as well as spirits that you may connect with, and anyone around you that is sitting with you will also help you align into consciousness. Now, I want to let a couple people know I am very incredibly thankful for the support that I've had, especially with my clients, my collective, and especially this radio network for surprising me and thanking me for being here, and also willing to work with me and giving me a larger platform to heal others. I am very, very thankful. I'm very excited, as this is my first show, and I'm looking forward to do this every single week and healing others, as I'm just so incredibly thankful. There's no other way for me to explain it other than thanking the family that I spent time with today, and also my husband, as well as all my clients and the collective energy that I'm looking to heal and that are open to accepting my healing energy. It's very important to understand also that if you are moving into an intuitive journey and you are connecting with intuition, or if you are going to be sitting with a healer, that you are needing to accept the energy. It's really, really important to understand that you have to be open to healing. You cannot sit within a divine energy and choose to not receive it in any way. This would almost be like denying the gift. And this is something that you don't really want to do when you are moving into energy. And I can tell you personally, I have been there. I have been in and out, and there are some understandings I had to come to because there were things that I was receiving. There's energy that I understood where I needed to protect myself. And because I was in doubt, I did not move forward with protecting myself. And my God energy, or the spirits that I worked with, had to work extra hard to show me who I was, what kind of person I could be, and how I actually do heal others so that I could believe in that to also heal myself. As life as an intuitive, or life as a healer, as a psychic, anything you call yourself is definitely about receiving energy, even if you are unaware, as it happens at the same time that life happens. Energy exists at the same time, and it's a world that not everyone is aware of, but it is constant with you and happens at the same time as your day-to-day life. So I'm here to bring awareness to everything and help everybody else heal so that you can connect with yourself, so that you can heal others, and also move your path forward with anything that you want to. That's the most important thing, is you can do anything you want in your life. You can do anything you want with energy, and you can manifest your dream life. Or personally, what I have done is actually not manifested. I have given my spirit team the true realm of control with my energy, and I've allowed my spirit team to use me to heal others and also to guide me into my own path, because I do not ask for anything. And this is one of the main key points that I give others in and out of sessions, because if you are asking your team to guide you and tell you what to do, they will give you the best path. If you are not asking for anything, it will give you a deeper understanding of what you need to learn and things that you would like to have, but you actually don't understand that you want to have them yet, which is very important because your spirit team knows what's best for you. And this is going to be what I push for my clients. I always do that. Even though you have the opportunity and choice to manifest whatever you would like, your spirit team will sit with you, your spirits will sit with you, and they will continually give you what you need, even if you are not asking, as long as you continue to be grateful and aware, especially with an understanding that energy exists at the same time, and also understanding that you are in control. Even if you let your spirit team have control, even if you connect with a specific spirit and let them have control, they are doing what's best for you. And it is actually you in control, because you are giving your control to energy. And this is going to complete the balance of manifesting or bringing anything that you want into your life, as well as understanding things around you. As there may be things that certain energies need to understand, and you may not necessarily know what you need to understand. I also moved into being a Reiki master, which is very important because this is how I heal energy and heal bodies, or energetic bodies, spiritual bodies, and I use the chakra system. This is very important because it helps me read energy as well as energetic wounds that are connected to the chakras. Within a lot of the collective energy that I've read, a ton of my collective has actually had sacral chakra wounds and also root chakra wounds, which is very important to understand that if you break off from those, you will have more belief in yourself, and you will also have more energy to be creative and be connected to energy, as sacral chakras are very much connected. Confirmation. Also understanding if you are connected with your body and not blocked. If there's something that's very important, you will be either needing to repeat it, or you will cough on your words, or you will even burp sometimes as a confirmation to understand that you are correct or that you are aligned. And this is very important to be in your body as well, because your body will communicate with you. Now, I am very connected with energy. I'm very connected with others. But if you have a root chakra blockage, this is going to put you in a system of where you do not necessarily believe yourself. And this may control a lot of self-doubt and also stop you from being able to manifest energy. And sacral chakra blockages will create a blockage so that you cannot connect to creative energy, as well as sexual energy if you are with yourself or a partner. This is why I do what I do, because everyone needs to be connected with themselves, and everyone deserves to be connected with their partners that they wish. Also, I just want to state that I am a healer and I am only looking to heal. And there are a couple things that I just want to let people know. Moving into energy, I'm excited to read publicly. I'm excited to read for my collective and be open for sessions online. But I do want to let everybody know I do not protect anybody who cheats. If you are a cheater and you are coming to me for a session, I will immediately close out the session and you will not receive a refund, because that is not healing in any way. And if you are moving into that energy, unfortunately, that is not going to be healing for you or others. So it's very important to understand, please do not come to me if you are asking for that kind of guidance, because that is not healing for you or others. Now, I am going to take a call. I have Elise here on the line.
Hi, how you going?
Hi, how are you?
Yeah, good.
That's awesome. That's awesome. So, sorry. Are you ready for a session?
I'm ready.
Would you
I'm
like
ready.
a general reading?
Yeah, I don't have anything specifically, to ask, but just would like to know, I guess, what is there out there for me?
I'm sorry, what
whatever
was that?
you feel.
Okay,
Just whatever you
I
feel. I don't really have a specific, yeah.
Okay. So I am connecting to your energy body here, and there are a couple things that you need to understand. I'm actually also picking up a grandparent energy. This may be a grandfather, and it may either be the first generation grandfather or a great grandfather. Is brown hair significant in your family line with your grandfather?
Brown hair.
Yeah. Okay.
Yes.
So
yes.
Okay. I have an energy. I have coffee energy, and I also have slight disconnection from that. So this energy is a little bit disconnected from you. And I actually am picking up that you are a bit of an intuitive yourself as well. Are you aware of these energies with you?
Yes, yes.
Okay. So what I'm actually seeing is that just as I spoke here, you actually have a root chakra blockage. As I am a Reiki master, I'm actually going to pull that blockage from you with Reiki. And I'm actually seeing you have a lot of doubt within yourself, or this was placed on you by others. It's very important to understand. Yep, listening to others. Listening to others is important when it's positive, but especially when you are moving into any kind of intuitive work and you're aware a spirit is with you, you want to make sure that you sit in positive intention for yourself and make sure that you're aware of this energy, as I feel like this grandfather has kind of been pushed away, as almost I feel maybe I'm picking up a little bit on shame. Have others made you feel shameful for this?
Is this connected to grandfather?
Yeah, I'm seeing, yeah.
Or just
I'm
in
seeing
general?
Well, I'm just in general, because I'm seeing your grandfather sitting with you, but he was almost pushed away energetically, and this may have been because
he was. If it's who I think it is, he wasn't. He passed away when I was quite young, but he used to be there, but wasn't. Yeah, he was pushed away from. I guess, yeah.
Okay.
From the
So
intertwinings of family life, he was always he was there, but he wasn't there.
I see that. I understand there was a slight disconnection, even probably before his passing. Just it seems like he was just really busy in life, probably, and he wasn't as connected with you, is what I'm feeling. And what I'm seeing is that within your root chakra, you know and are aware of this connection to your grandfather, but you have almost pushed him away yourself energetically. And he's actually sitting with me in this moment to let me know that the energy that you may be receiving from, I'm seeing a third party. So I don't see it someone that you're connected to, as I see you have a sacral chakra connection to a partner, but there are other energies around you in third party area. And this would just be any other energy you're not connected to, putting doubt on your energy. And because you're intuitive and you're connected to that energy, and allowing that energy as you're open, you are accepting that, and it's actually moved into a sacral, or not a sacral, but that's where you're connected to your partner into a root chakra wound. So understanding that, I also see that it's connected to your sacral. That may have been why that just slipped up, is because you are supposed to be moving into a creative and connected energy to be connected with him. And he is actually wanting you to paint. Have you been feeling like you need to paint?
I've been feeling like I need to do something. I was thinking like a jigsaw, to be honest.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah, I do like painting or something creative. Yeah.
Yeah. So to connect with your grandfather, I'm actually being told that you need to call his energy a bit more and connect with him more by releasing the doubt that you
Because I've been
have.
trying to more so connect with my grandmother.
Okay.
It's
Your
interesting.
grandmother. Sorry, you can go ahead.
No, it's just interesting that he popped up because, yeah, that was his wife. So
Yeah. So I see that your grandfather sits with you, but I understand that there are a couple of things that you just need to do to connect fully with this energy. And your grandfather is wanting to reach and connect with you to get you into the creative energy so that you are able to fulfill the connection that you have to be able to receive the other energies that are connected with you. I also do hear he is asking about painting or drawing, or even if you would like to write, if you want to write poetry or a short story, or even just journaling. That's a creative energy as well. But you are supposed to release the doubt that you have and connect with those energies and be aware that they are there so that you can move into the energy of receiving. As I also hear that you are clairvoyant as well, and clairaudient. So you may be able to hear with a little bit of work on those skills, and you may also be able to see energy in your third eye. So understanding that, you're being asked just to create and connect with your creative energy to be able to connect with those energies and receive any information, downloads, or guidance from those two family members.
Is there any significance to a butterfly, just while I have you?
I see a butterfly. I also see a blue butterfly. So this may be significance to healing and being free, like free flowing. Yeah. So I'm seeing it's almost as if you're being reminded to be free and to fly, to let go of energy and to freely be yourself so that you can connect with whatever energy you want. Because doubting yourself and doubting your abilities is going to create a blockage so that you are not able to connect to the energy, and your energies will wait until you are ready, and then they will sit with you when you are connected.
Okay. So a bit of self-love.
Okay. Well, I am so thankful to have you on air, and I am going to take the next caller.
Lovely. Thank you.
Have a good night. All right. I have Angela on the air here.
Hi, how are you?
I'm wonderful. How are you?
Good. I'm calling to see if you can connect with my cat that passed away.
Okay. I actually love connecting with animals, as I personally also lost a pet when I was young, and he sits with me very often. So I'm picking up a white or gray energy. Is that correct with you?
Yeah, she's like white in the bottom.
Okay. Okay. That's awesome. So I'm seeing kind of the belly area. Was he sick, or was there energy? He's also coming to me as a masculine energy. Is that correct?
No, it's a girl.
Okay. So understanding that I'm reading that pet as a masculine energy, I see that this was almost a connection with you where you felt very connected and protected almost by this energy. It's very important to understand that even if there are feminine and masculine presenting in the 3D that we are in, energy will sit in masculine or feminine to let you know what they are doing for you. And I see that this energy actually was connected with you to almost pull energy from you. Is that why you felt so much release when you were connected to this animal?
She was very affectionate.
Yeah.
And
so
she was very playful.
I'm sorry, repeat that one more time.
She was very energetic and playful, and just very affectionate.
Okay. So understanding that this cat was connected with you, there's a little bit of energy that you need to understand about caring for yourself a bit more, as you may feel a little bit down. This pet was actually here with you to get you to be more reactive to things a little bit, I'm seeing, and play a little bit, as you may be feeling down and you are being asked to play a little bit more in your life or connect a little bit more in your life, because I see there's moments where they're laying on you. This cat, your kitty, I see and feel also whiskers. So this may have been something that's very significant to you, if I'm seeing almost rubbing on the face. So connecting with you during this time is actually when the energy was sitting with you and pulling energy from you. So understanding that you're being asked to be more playful or to release a little bit more is going to be very important, because you do not have that outlet anymore. And this pet is actually wanting you to give yourself a little bit of a break, actually, because you're being way too hard on yourself.
I mean, she was young. She was only 2 years old. So it was like not expected at all.
Yeah.
And I don't even know if it was meant to happen or not.
So I actually see that you may have recently been called to get another pet, or you did connect with this pet recently on your own. Is that correct?
No, I mean, I have another cat, but the other cat is very territorial, so I wouldn't be able to get another cat. It was even impossible to almost get this cat, because it took me like 2 months to get, have them separate for like 2 months. It was very hard on me. But
yeah,
I don't want to go through that again, getting another cat. The cat I have now, she's also 2. But she wasn't like affectionate as the one that passed.
Okay. So I'm actually seeing a third energy. So this may mean that you will be granted your wish to have an animal that's going to blend with the animal that you have already, as I'm actually seeing a third animal coming to you. If you do not know about...
I do have another cat that passed away, but that was like 15 years ago.
Okay. Actually, I'm seeing in the future, this cat is going to be coming to you. So I'm hearing 2 to 3. So that's either 2 to 3 days or 2 to 3 weeks. I'm actually seeing a cat come to you. If you don't know about the cat distribution system, this is actually from the spirit world, and they bring animals presently to you when you need them. And I actually see this coming to you within the next 2 to 3 days or 2 to 3 weeks. It could also be 2 to 3 months, but I don't see it's that far out. And I see that this pet is actually going to be connected with the other feline that you have, but I don't see that they are super friendly. But I see that this cat is actually going to be very affectionate for you as well. And the color orange may be significant. So the cat may be orange or have a little bit of orange on them. But understanding that this animal is coming to you, it's also very important to understand to give yourself a little bit of a break, because that was really a test of how hard you were going to work to keep the peace in your home. And you worked very, very hard, but you need to give yourself a little bit of a break, because there's a little bit of understanding with the fact that you needed rest, but you really wanted more affection from another animal. So understanding that you will be gifted another animal. I am hearing your spirit team will be bringing them to you, but it's very important to stay calm and also be aware that they will be there without calling and wanting and asking, just knowing that they are on their way. And again, the color orange may be significant, and I'm also picking up white. So it might be orange and white, just to let you know.
Is she okay? Is she with me?
Yes, that cat is okay, the cat that passed, and she is with you. Spirits always sit with you. They don't just wander off. If you have a spirit that is connected with you, they are with you. It is your choice and ability to be aware if they are there or not. And I actually do see times where you may have slipped up on your feet when you are walking or tripping. Even if you weren't aware that they were energetically there, this may have been the cat letting you know that they were there. Or if you felt like a slight brush on an ankle, this is the spirit letting you know. I actually do see both of the spirits sitting with you. Are you sitting in a chair right now?
I mean, I'm sitting with my other cat. She's on the table, but the one that passed, it was just like it's only been a week. She passed last Tuesday, and I really cried. Like, I've never cried in my life before, like all week.
Yeah, I understand that. They do want to let you know that the bath time that you had was significant. So if you are taking baths and they were coming in the bathroom, or if you were in the shower and getting out of the shower and they were near you during that time, they really want to make a note of that time that they had with you and to let you know that they are aware that you are missing them. And also, they want you to know that the grieving process that you have gone through, you have also been just a little bit hard on yourself. And they want you to know that it's okay to release a little bit of the pain because they are there with you. I do see them laying at your feet.
Did she suffer? Was she even meant to go? Because I don't even know what was wrong with her. Like, she was at the hospital for one day, and they don't even know.
So I actually see a quick passing, and I don't hear pain. But I do see that they went quick, and they didn't have a lot of issues, it doesn't seem. So it was very peaceful for them. And they want to let you know that they love you very much, and they're grateful for your time.
All right. Thank you. I just hope she's fine. That really worries me the most.
She is with you.
I mean, I know I regret it really bad putting her down. Like, the doctor was pushing me and pressuring me, saying, you have to do it. I'm like, I'll bring her home. She can die with me at home. She's like, no.
I understand that. I am about to end the show, but I just want to say thank you so much. And she is with you. Please be aware that she is with you, and she is thankful for the love that you have given her.
Jada, thank you.
Have a wonderful night. Thank you guys so much. Have a wonderful evening. I have appreciated the energy that I have connected with, and I hope everyone heals.
A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV and Lightning Television. Welcome. And now, Reverend Elliot's Magical Window with Reverend Elliot. Live from magic-works.com. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is Reverend Elliot's Magical Window on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Greetings, fellow seekers of truth, wisdom, and light. This is Reverend Elliot coming to you actually live for a change on August 24th. 2022. That's just for the people listening who don't believe this. But yes, I have been away for quite a time here. I had technical difficulties, meaning my computer died. My trusty laptop. That's a good one. My laptop died on me, and the problem is there are several trusty laptop computer repair shops in the wonderful city of New York, and as far as I can tell, they all went out of business. You know, I don't know why, but for some reason it was deemed necessary to shut down almost every small business in this city and kill it in order to stop a flu. So, hey, there we go. So I just took a while to get it into the shop. But once I got it into the shop, which would be into Apple, I had the fun of bringing it to the Apple store across down the block from Trump Tower, which is always a fiesta here in New York on Fifth Avenue. But they did fix it in a week. And so if I had gone there in the first place, I'd have been back here weeks ago. But no. I had to try to support local businesses which were gone. So as long as we're here, that's maybe they'll start up again one day, but things sure have changed. And I missed you guys. I missed everybody. Not having a working computer. I have an older laptop, but it doesn't use things like Skype. It can't. It's too outdated, and the search engines are really obsolete. So I got a little bit of internet connection going there, just enough to maybe make sure if I could pay the bills, just enough to cancel orders that people put in for books and things. But that was loads of fun. But we're back up and running, and we're here on the Ask One Radio Network, and here's where we're going to stay. Now, I know I said that before. The last time I did a show was, in the middle of July or something like that. But before that, I had a flu that knocked me out from the end of March until into May. So I owe you guys lots of shows, man. I owe you lots of shows. I'm shuffling up the cards now, and I am back up and running. So if I canceled a private reading with you and you're still annoyed with me for doing that, just remember, I didn't charge you for it. I don't charge people for readings I don't do. I should be like a Freudian psychiatrist, right? For every reading that's canceled, I charge you, but even if it's my fault. But I don't. So I'm back up and running. We're here. I was on a forced vacation, and it was not fun. I probably was very difficult to live with, but here we are. And now the tarot cards are all shuffled up and ready to go. I mean, I just want you to know that there's been absolutely no updates to my website. Absolutely no new books published. Absolutely no updates on Facebook. Nothing at all. I was almost completely out of touch. If I didn't have some internet access on my cell phone, I probably wouldn't have even been able to check my email. But here I am. And, it's good to be connected again. It's been so long. A lot of stuff has happened. I hadn't checked the news for a while. I was very surprised to see that we are now an official subsidiary of the Ukraine gas company and no longer a nation. So, hey, that's good. Wait a minute. I was looking at one of those satire sites. Silly me. Silly. You can't tell the difference, though, can you? It gets harder and harder to tell the satire news sites from the actual news sites. But, hey, what can you do? Things are so screwy that we've got a new congressman coming into the district I'm in. He will be coming in. He won the Democratic primary with 76% of the people voting against him. And he won. So I'm not telling people to vote or not to vote, but I think that's fascinating that some unemployed billionaire can win an election with 24% of the vote. I'm trying to figure that. And people say that what I do is shady, because tarot scares people, a cult scares the hell out of a lot of people. So they need to feel that it's all fakery, but of course it isn't fakery. I mean, maybe some people fake it. I don't know. Maybe they do, maybe they don't. I know who the biggest fakers are the debunkers of the stuff that I do. There's the people like that. They'll fake things and say, you see, I faked it, therefore it's not real, which is about as ridiculous as it comes. One of the examples I use is Gary Hoffman. Is he still out there? Yeah, I knew him years ago. When he was a comedy club owner here in New York, but he developed a second career singing like Frank Sinatra. PBS did shows with him, and he sounded just like Sinatra. It was amazing to behold. But I guess that proves there never was a Frank Sinatra, right? Because somebody faked it. And that means it's not real. So that's the kind of level of opposition we get when we do occult stuff. But I just feel sorry for people like that who think they have to go around debunking everything when some of the things they believe in, and we've seen examples of that over the last 2.5 years, which I'm not going to get into, but you know what I mean. There are people who just they think that they're following science, but they're really very religious, and they just are working on faith. And they don't understand things like true religion. They don't understand true occult philosophy. They don't understand esoteric work, which is fine. They're not supposed to understand it. That's something that you have to study to understand. It's something that takes a lot of work to do. I've been working at this for many, many years, but I can tell you how you can get a head start on it if you'd like to. Look at that. He's been back on the air for just a few minutes, and he's already pushing books, right? Reverend Elliot Explains It All. That's the book. If you're interested in the occult world and you're not scared of it, because there's no reason to be scared of it, no lightning bolt is going to come hit you. This is what people do. Magical work is something that is utterly and totally human and humane. Take a look at the book, Reverend Elliot Explains It All, which you'll find at Amazon.com. You'll find it at Lulu.com for a little bit less. You can see the details at mojoacademy.org because you can buy the books through Amazon, which, it's there. I deal through Amazon because that's where people want to buy things, and I'd be a fool not to. But if you want to get the same books for less money, a lot less money, you can get it directly from the printing plant. Any books that I have that I'll talk about, you can get them at lulu.com, which is the printing plant that I use. My publishing arm prints the books through them. They're high quality, very good books. And they not only are less expensive to get there than Amazon, but there is, if you go to mojoacademy.org, you'll see there is a checkout code that'll knock the price down 15%. So it's even cheaper or less expensive. I don't like that word cheap. I find the word cheap to be cheap. If I say that one more time, I'm officially a parakeet. But I got to stop letting my mind wander like that. The less expensive option is the best, especially nowadays when, Lord, have you done any grocery shopping lately, folks? I have. And it is a mind blower. But so anything you can get for less money, and this is why I really don't push my books at people now, because even though gasoline has gone down in price because people are not buying as much gasoline because it was so expensive. There's no secret to government policy to bring the price of gasoline down. It went down because people stopped buying gasoline because it was so damn expensive. The other thing is gasoline, copper, things like that, they tend to go down during a recession. But we don't have a recession, just like we don't have inflation. That's what the government told us. This old guy who runs things said that there was no inflation last month at all. So I guess where he lives, there isn't any, but where I live, there sure as hell was. All I know is that the eggs I was paying $3.99 for are now $8.99. Think about that. To me, it's just getting up in the morning costs more money. So we're going to try to deal with, this stuff comes and goes, and it'll go. One thing people know is how to handle this. They don't have to act surprised. The people in power, they really do know how to handle this. The will to handle it is all they need, because this has happened every few years, up and down, up and down. That was the whole point behind the Federal Reserve, so there'd be no more bust and boom. Well, that worked out really well, didn't it? But we still have the Federal Reserve. So please don't, when people come to me and say that what you're doing is arcane and esoteric and unbelievable, I say, just look at reality, folks. This is an alternate reality. This is another kind of reality. And by the way, there's an interesting film about other kinds of reality. It's called Meetings with Remarkable Men, and it's based on the book Meetings with Remarkable Men. But in this case, they didn't make a cheap movie out of a book. They made a beautiful movie out of a book, and that was something I took a look at while I was forced retirement here for a month and a half while I was waiting to get repairs done. Meetings with Remarkable Men. I saw it when it came out in the theaters about like 1980, I think it was, maybe 82, and gosh, it's a beauty, and it's finally been restored, meaning it's on Blu-ray, so it looks gorgeous. And if you can find it, it's a wonderful story about and it stars probably one of the great actors of all time named Warren Mitchell, who was probably most well known for his playing the bigoted father on the Till Death Us Do Part in England, which became All in the Family here. But gosh, he was unrecognizable in every part he made. And this one, he plays an Armenian peasant. He's just a marvelous, marvelous actor. But I do highly recommend, if you want to, the two things, if you want to get an indication of what it feels like to enter into the realm of the esoteric and the occult arts, try Reverend Elliot Explains It All, which you can get at mojoacademy.org. in either way, Amazon or through the printing plant, or also see the movie Meetings with Remarkable Men. Well, that's about all I've got to say right now, because I am itching to get back to doing the readings, because it's been so long. Gosh, I mean, even when the last show I did in the middle of July, I think I didn't do a show for about a month before that. Circumstances, the vicissitudes of life, and give $5 for anyone who can spell vicissitudes after 3 martinis. Monique in Kokomo, Indiana is on. Hi, Monique. You're on with Reverend Elliot.
Hi.
Hi, how are you tonight, Monique?
I'm okay. How are you?
Oh, my mouth is so dry. I'm just taking a gulp of water here. I have no idea why my mouth is so dry. Maybe it's because I'm just not used to doing this. As I said, I laid off while my computer was dead. So what can I look at for you tonight?
Well, I was hoping you could tell me something. My friend actually told me about you guys, and the person she had talked to, we had a friend that passed away not too long ago, and that person came through and was talking through the medium to Stephanie. But I guess I had my fiance passed away a year ago. I'm not, expecting anything like that, but really, just whatever you felt like I needed to be told, I guess. I don't know.
Well, let me tell you this, because I pulled out some cards while you were talking, and the indication I got from the cards was that you were going to ask me an afterlife question about somebody who passed away. Are you serious? Because the first card I have here is the death card, and that's one of the cards. That's one of the cards I look for. And let me tell you what I've got here, because the person who passed away had kind of a hectic life.
Yeah.
Okay, because this is a very important point, and the reason I'm asking you if there was a hectic life is that this person has balance and peace now. Because the next card I have, I want you to, if you're not familiar with tarot cards, I want you to go online after the call or after the show, listen to the whole show. This is the fun show, and look up the Temperance card, because the Temperance card is a tarot card that shows an angel, and it's about balance. It's about balance restored. It's about a life that's been out of balance that is now balanced, and that's what I have here after the death card. The death card, of course, is one of the cards I look for when I'm going to be doing an afterlife reading. So when it showed up, I knew that's what you were going to ask me about. Then there's the 10 of Cups. The 10 of Cups is a card of great happiness. Now, the funny thing is, while we all are sad when someone dies, and that sadness may never leave us, when a person's gone, that we miss that person, and we'll miss that person for years and years and years. And there's just no way around that. I mean, I was looking through some things the other day, and I found a letter from somebody I was very close to who died a couple of years ago, and everything came flooding back. It's just very sad. But get this. Yeah. The 10 of Cups is one of the happiest cards in the deck. And I get that a lot with afterlife messages. It's as if the person is saying, yeah, my life was kind of messy, and it was not really going well at all, and I was out of balance here, but now I've found happiness, and I found comfort and joy. And that's what I'm seeing here. So I'm because of the appearance of the death card, I'm taking this as a message from a spirit in the other side. And the message is, I have found balance into my existence, and I want you to know that I am doing well and I'm feeling happy. Now, of course, that's not going to wipe out the sadness that we here feel left behind, but that's the message that I see. I hope that helps you out. Does that help any?
Yeah.
It's just, since I started doing these kind of readings, they always are kind of sad, and then they end up with the person saying, but I'm doing better now and I'm happy. I've yet to find a card that shows that the spirit hasn't evolved. And that's worth knowing. So it's certainly not a message saying, forget me, but the message is saying that all those things that were painful and hurtful in my life, which we don't want to go into now in front of all these people listening, but you know what happened, and is saying that I'm doing better now, and my life is now balanced. That's what was missing. You know that. That's why I asked if you had a hectic, unbalanced life, he or she. You know? So there you go. So the message to get across to you is that I'm doing better than, frankly, I think I'm reading this as saying I'm doing better than I thought I would. Yeah, so that's good.
Okay. Yeah, that's good.
Okay. Thanks for calling.
All right, thank you.
And I'll tell you what, I'm going to light a candle, a nice white candle to send positive energy to the spirit tonight. How's that? So, okay. So let's shuffle up the deck and let's get to the next call. Gosh, I really miss doing this. So I am so happy to be here. Brandy in Eunice, Louisiana is next. Hi, you're on with Reverend Elliot.
Hi, how are you?
I'm doing well. How are you tonight, Brandy?
I'm great. Thank you.
Beautiful. What can I look at for you?
I would like to know, I had a male figure just recently pass that was close to me.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm wanting to know if the feeling that I'm feeling that it was done on purpose is right. I would really like to know if...
You mean if it wasn't a natural death?
Exactly.
Okay, let me see what I've got here. Well, let me tell you, are you leaning towards suspecting murder?
Pretty much. I'm suspecting that it was done on purpose.
Okay, because I'm not getting any mention. I'm not getting anything here that indicates like suicide, okay?
Correct.
But
like...
Well, I'll tell you why. Let me tell you what I see, and I'll tell you why I ask you that question. I sometimes try to beat around the bush a little bit with these kind of things because they're very sensitive. But the first card I have is justice, which tells me that there's a need for justice to be done here. So that's, you know what I mean? That sort of fits in with what you're feeling, doesn't it?
Correct.
So yes, I think the first card is the justice card, and it says there's a need here for justice. The next is the Two of Swords, which is a card of nothing happening, just a stalemate. There's no movement in this thing. Nothing is going on. It's like a cold case kind of thing. It's just nothing's going on. The next card I have is the Nine of Swords, which is a card of great sorrow and sadness. And my feeling is that is the spirit of that you're asking me about. And the next card is the Judgment card, which shows it's almost part and parcel of the Justice card, which is the last judgment, which shows the angel blowing the trumpet and people getting what they deserve. And these are two strong indications that there is something unjust about the circumstances of this passing. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
So now, usually when somebody asks me a question like you're asking, they do know that there's something more to it, and it's pretty bad. I mean, you have very strong reason to feel that, but these cards are bearing that out.
Can I? Let me see. I'm gonna tell you. Okay, look.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not like a medium or like y'all and can read cards or nothing like that. But I had a vision that whenever he died, the girl that he was with that was driving the car, that she looked at him and she said, "You don't think I'm gonna do it?"
Mm-hmm.
I believe she did it on purpose. And the person that they wrecked with says that whoever was driving the car was trying to kill themselves. And my brother-in-law was a passenger in the car.
That is the kind of thing that's far more common than a lot of people know. For instance, there was recently, the news was full of the stories about a woman who's a member of Congress who died in a car accident, as they call it. And it turned out that the person who was driving the car deliberately steered the car into a head-on collision with another car. I mean, this is the kind of thing that does happen. So it's not out of line. But what I'm seeing is, looking at these cards, I'm seeing a spirit that's calling out for justice. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
And I think that fits in with what your suspicions are.
Well, they both died.
Yeah. Yeah, and it's just, there's sadness here, but there's a need for justice is here also. So, you know, if they both died, there's really, you know, then it's
I
up
think
to
that's what
like.
you meant by when you said that it's standing still. It's going to keep standing still because they both died.
Yeah.
I just wanted to know if you would be able to connect with him, and if there's anything that he would want me to know, or any type of message that he would like to tell me.
Well, the message that I'm getting through these cards is that that justice wasn't done, and I'm taking that as a message from the person.
Okay.
One of the cards that I look for in doing an afterlife reading is the Judgment card, by the way, and that is here. Like the previous call, there was the Death card. That's the most obvious of them all. But there's also cards like the High Priestess, which sees behind the veil, and the Judgment card, which is about the final judgment, and it shows the graveyard and the people coming up from it, you know, and all that implies. There's a sadness here.
They buried him today.
Oh, no, that's just terrible. Well, there are ways that they can tell, like from skid marks and whether or not it was deliberate.
There wasn't any.
No, wow. That's just awful. I'm just seeing that these cards are sad and show me that there's a need for justice. So, I will. Let me hang on one second. I may have something that you can do. I have a book here that I use. I haven't used. Everybody has. There's a very powerful magic book, and almost everybody has it, but they don't know they have it. And that's the Book of Psalms. And there's so much in the Book of Psalms that can be used magically. And let me just see. I know there's something here for attaining justice. Let's see what I've got here. I know this is boring radio, folks, but I'm looking through this book here, and here we go. To remedy an unjust situation, and let's say that that's what you've got here. Okay, that involves some work with the 43rd Psalm. And let's see what it says exactly. This is one of the great tricks of being a master magician, which is not knowing all these things, but knowing where you can find them. You know, so let's. Justice is sure to come to one who prays this with warmth and sincerity. And there you have, and it's just read the 43rd Psalm, which is very brief. It's only 5 lines long. If any court appearances are necessary, just write the first line of that, the first verse, judge me, O God, and plead my cause against an ungodly nation. It goes, that's line 1. If you should have to go to court or go to any kind of a hearing, write that on a piece of paper and carry it in your shoe. Put it in your shoe and have it on you when you make an appearance before the justice, the tribunal of justice, whether it be a coroner or a court. But the 43rd Psalm, if you could just picture justice being done and read that magically, they say that will help you attain the justice that you need. How's that?
That's good.
Because these cards are showing me a spirit that is crying out for justice. And that's something that we can probably do on this end of the spectrum easier than on the other side of the veil. So do that, okay? And I will light a candle tonight, as I'm doing for the previous caller, to send positive energy towards the spirit, okay?
Okay.
So remember the 43rd Psalm, it's only 5 verses, and if you need to make an appearance in any kind of a hearing involving this, just write line number 1, the first line of that Psalm, on a small piece of paper and put it in your shoe when you go there. Okay, that's a classic old-time way of handling it. I know it sounds silly, but you'll feel it. Trust me, you will feel it.
It doesn't sound silly, but it's never going to go to court or nothing like that. It's nothing like that. It's just the point is that I had a vision that morning that they were arguing, and that she told him, so you don't think I'm going to do it. And then she did it.
Yeah. And that fits in with the cards I saw. So let's just keep that in mind, because you can, if you can do this, it can maybe bring some justice or peace into the situation. Because it sounds to me like you did get a very strong message. And I will, and please listen, my email is asktarot@earthlink.net. Ask Tarot, ASKTAROT @earthlink.net. Please feel free to drop me a line anytime if you want a little help with this, and I can give you a few more things that you can do to maybe send some positive energy out around this situation. Okay?
All right.
And listen, no charge for things like that. I know there are things that I charge for. This isn't one of them. Okay? This is something I'm offering as a continuation of this free reading. How's that?
That's awesome.
Be well, and realize that you probably had a very strong vision, because the cards that I have fit in with what you saw. Okay?
All right.
Thank you for calling.
Well, I thank you, and I appreciate your time.
Hey, that's what we're here for. That's the whole point of the Ask One Radio Network. Bye-bye now.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
And let's shuffle up the cards. You're listening to the sporadic broadcast of Reverend Elliot's Magical Window on the Ask One Radio Network, where we theoretically get together every Wednesday. Although we've been doing it robotically lately because of, like I said, the internet, my computer broke down. And I had the whole damn thing rebuilt, by the way. They thought I was nuts. I said, but that's a 7-year-old computer. Like, I brought in a Model T Ford, It's actually it's 6 years old, but it's a 7-year-old model, but I've only had it for 6 years. And it was a lot less expensive to have the entire thing rebuilt than to buy a new one. And, hey, in this day and age, less expensive is good. So that's where I've been. And I'm just glad to be back in the swing of this stuff. And we'll be here every Wednesday. Yes, we will. I'll be here next week, too. 11 Eastern, 10 Central, 9 Mountain, and 8 Pacific. And if you want to know more about what I do, check out my website, which is magic-works.com. And I spell magic the old-fashioned way, MAGIC-works.com. Magic with a K, -works.com. And you will see over 100 pages there of magical stuff that is fascinating ancient lore. And you'll see things that I can do with you and I can do for you, and things you can do for yourself. Make your own holy water, things like that. There's a few interesting movies there, things to see. A whole bunch of magical videos there, things explaining magic. And of course, there's a link to mojoacademy.org, where there's a book there that will change your life. I assure you, if you are looking, there's a lot of people. The last 2.5 years have shaken up a lot of people in terms of their beliefs and their philosophy. And we have seen the complete collapse of science. I mean, the Centers for Disease Control just admitted that they didn't know what they were doing for the last 2.5 years, and that they got most of it wrong. So that's collapsed. And there's the things out there that transcend science, and the esoteric arts is it, I'm not proselytizing, but just take a look, for instance, at the occult book page at magic-works.com, and you'll see what I'm talking about. Becky in Floral City, Florida is next. Hi, Becky, you're on with Reverend Elliot.
Hi, how are you?
I'm doing well. How are you?
I'm doing good.
I've been hearing so much about Florida for the last couple of years from friends of mine who skipped out on New York and went to Florida and said, they called me up and said, Elliot, you're not going to believe it. It's like normal down here, so.
It is. I actually grew up in New York, upstate New York also, and moved to Florida.
Where in upstate New York?
A really small town called Cohocton, Whalen.
Okay, I don't know that.
Okay, it's near Hornell or Bath.
Okay,
Elmira area.
Elmira, I know, yeah.
Yep,
I
it's
had-
about a
I-
half an hour from Elmira.
Isn't there a prison in Elmira?
I'm not sure. There may be.
That says more about the kind of people I grew up with, you know.
Right?
Yeah. So I'm glad things worked out well in Florida, but people were surprised. You know, they say, you're not going to believe it. It's like nothing's locked down here and everybody's fine. And, you know, and of course I remember the news reports being so gloating. Well, within 2 weeks, everybody will be dead in Florida, you know, and it never happened, you know, so.
Never happened. No.
So I feel like I feel a real.
That's why.
Yeah. Wow. Yeah. Sunshine is good. Sunshine is where we all come from. Sunshine is what made everything. So Becky, what can I look at? What can I look at for you in the cards?
I'd actually like to do a love reading. I want to know if Scott and I will get back together, or I should say we'll get together.
Okay. Well, there's a difference there. Were you together?
We were high school sweethearts, so yes, about 35 years ago. And we just recently saw each other.
You people who went to high school are always bragging. You know? Let's just see here. Well, I'll shuffle them up and let's see. If the cards are simpatico with you, you'll be getting cups, and cups are emotional. Oh, good God. There's the Ace of Cups, you see? And just as soon as I say it. This is why there's a lot of people who believe that the cards are alive. Literally alive. You know, I haven't gone that far yet, but I'm willing to entertain the notion when things like that happen, because I was in the middle of saying if the cards are simpatico with your question, you'll be getting cup cards. And here's the Ace of Cups. And the Ace of Cups is cups are about romantic stuff, affairs of the heart. And that's the first one. The aces are beginnings. So it looks very good. The Knight of Cups is here too. That is also the beginning. Now, but there's a difference. Okay. The Aces of Cups, the aces are kind of theoretical. So there's a potential here for a nice relationship because of the Ace of Cups. Okay. The Knight of Cups is more practical, that there will be a new relationship, because knights are on horseback and they can jump around like on a chessboard. They'll move in odd ways, you know. And that's a something new that begins and you're not sure about it, but it's there. It's still just a beginning, but it isn't as theoretical as the ace. It's more practical. The court cards go from the knight to the queen to the king to the page, and they get more solid each time they go along. The next card is the Six of Rods, which is a card of success and triumph. And then there's the Four of Cups. The Four of Cups. Four of Cups is interesting. The Four of Cups it shows a hand coming out of a cloud offering you a cup, meaning something unexpected is going to happen in terms of a relationship. Which means this person, Scott, you said the name was, he may be thinking about you, may be thinking that way, but not showing it yet. But these are very good indications. These are really good indications. Now, I want to ask. Go ahead.
I'm sorry. He indicates that he was too hurt in the past, and he is.
Yes, that's what I wanted to ask you. That is precisely what I was about to ask you about, because the card I have is the Three of Swords. The Three of Swords shows a heart pierced by swords, and the heart is crying. So I was going to ask you if this person had recently been in a relationship that didn't work out. Because right now, what I'm seeing with this person is that he's hurt. There may have been a divorce. There was a breakup. The thing is, if somebody asked me about the state of a nation, and I got this card, it would indicate civil war, you know, that kind of thing. So yes. So the funny thing is, just as you were saying that, I was about to ask you if he had a breakup recently, because he's really feeling gun shy about all of this stuff, because he's been very hurt. This is wonderful. You're right in tune with these cards. You know, this is very good.
Yes.
Now,
is it going to take him a
while
while to move? I'm sorry. Is it going to take him a while to move forward?
Well, it's going to happen. Let me put it that way, because the card I have here is the page of cups. Remember I told you about the court cards go from the knight to the queen to the king to the page, and each time it gets more solid and real. And the page is the one where it's here, it's happening, and that's the card I just got for you. So it will happen, but it's the page is a child, the page is a baby, baby steps, you see, but it's coming. And now I have the 10 of cups here. Boy, I said the cup cards would show up, right? The 10 of cups is a great, happy, and wonderful relationship. So it's going to move in that direction, but it's going to take a bit of baby steps and a bit of nurturing.
Okay.
But
Which is what I expected.
It's worth pursuing, because the cards show me that this will be successful for both of you.
Oh, great.
Overall,
great.
right now he's hurting. He's still hurting. But you know something? This is where the old expression comes from. It's in the cards, you know? And there is a relationship in the cards for the both of you. And if you both work at it, it will work out well, because there isn't a bad card here. He just needs to, oh, well, here you go. This is not to say that this is going to happen in the immediate future, but it is going to happen. It's the 10 of Swords. The 10 of Swords is an ugly looking card where it shows a person lying face down in the mud with 10 swords in his back. But what that really means is the worst is over. And that person will get up. That person will get up, you know, and start again. So he's getting closer to that point, but not yet. It's going to be a while.
Okay.
But you'll know.
When you say a while,
you'll see
a year, 2 years, or when you say a while, is it more months?
No, I don't think it'll be that long. If it was that long, I wouldn't be seeing it here.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
But it's going to be. Here's the 5 of Rods. That's about stiff competition. Not terrible fighting, but stiff competition. And that competition in this case is going to be what the other people did to him in the past. You know, you got to overcome that. And I think you'll know how to, I think there's a way that you'll see, because then I got the 4 of Rods. That means a happy home. So you see what I'm getting, like the cards are showing difficulties, but a good outcome. Good outcomes make difficulties go away. You know that. I mean, it's worth it. So
great.
So give it a shot, because these are highly positive cards, but my mind is blown, because I was going to ask you if he had been hurt recently when you mentioned that he had been, all because of that card. Look at the 3 of Cups. Go online. 3 of Cups. I mean, the 3 of Swords. Look online at the 3 of Swords sometime, and you'll see the various drawings for that card, and they almost all include a heart that is pierced by swords, and it's crying. There's not blood coming out of it. There's tears.
Yeah.
And that's the only obstacle you got right now. Oh, look, I've got the Hierophant. The Hierophant is a card known as the High Priest in some decks. That's a card of religious conformity, and it's, when people ask about relationships, that card is an augur of marriage.
Ooh, okay, awesome.
So you see what I mean? It's going up and down, up and down. These are the potentials. This is but it's a very strong potential. But you just got to let him get to that point where he realizes that the worst is over, and it's time to start over again.
Okay, great. Thank you. That's awesome reading.
Can I ask you just a personal question, just out of curiosity? You don't have to answer. Are you guys pretty young, or not?
No, we're not. Okay. I'm in my mid-50s, and he's a year older than me. Yep.
Okay. Well, let me tell you. To me, mid-50s is kind of young, but yeah. No, that's good then, because I think that works in your favor, because it's not like it's going to be like puppy love, right? You know what I mean? Where
right.
You're adults,
totally
you're grown-ups. Yeah, so
exactly. It's a total different relationship this time around.
Yeah, and you've been through a lot in life, so this is probably why the cards are very good for you. So keep me posted on this. I'd love to know what's going on, and I can send you some hints magically for kind of moving things along if they take too long. In my email, I can be found through Ask One Radio or Reverend Elliot's Magical Window. My website, I'm very easy to find. You could just Google Reverend Elliot's Magical Window, and you'll get in touch with me. My email is asktarot@earthlink.net, but you can find me. It's easy to find me, and we'll see what we can do.
Okay, great. I will definitely email you. Thank you so much. This has been such a great reading.
Yeah, things look good. Things look very good, but you've got a little work cut out for you. That's all. But a little work doesn't scare you. I can tell. Hey, thanks for calling.
No, he's a little bit stubborn, but it's worth it. Thank you.
Well, thank you. Bye-bye now. And let's see, we'll shuffle up the cards. And hey, we'll go to Carla in New Orleans. I've spent most of my life wanting to go to New Orleans. Well, we got a dial tone. Anyway, I love those New Orleans dial tones, right? They all sound like Louis Armstrong to me, or Chicago jazz. I have an album by Sweet Emma, signed by Sweet Emma. I'm sure she's long gone, but wow, I've been wanting to make it to New Orleans since the 1970s. I'm a total New Yorker, you know. For me to go to Central Park is I guess, to use the New York vernacular, a schlep. But I've been places, you know. I went to Los Angeles a few years back, and all I met was New Yorkers. So why bother traveling? Carla in New Orleans, you there with me?
I am. How are you?
I'm doing well. How are you tonight?
I'm doing great. Thank you.
Beautiful. What can I look at for you?
I was just wondering, do you have any messages from my late husband?
Well, let's take a look. That's fascinating because while I was shuffling them, a card fell out of the deck. And one of the things that we pay attention to when we do readings is a card that falls out of the deck. And this one is the Page of Rods. Forget the meaning of the card. The symbolism of the card is what's interesting. This is the Hanson Roberts Tarot deck, and with, the Page of Rods shows a young guy with his hand to his up to his mouth, calling out to somebody. So yeah, you know, that tells me a message is coming, right? So let's see what we get here. Okay, this is a card I get quite frequently. These are cards I get almost all the time doing afterlife readings, and it's really weird because these exact cards that I'm getting now are cards that I get quite a lot. First of all, the first one I got is the Page of Rods that shows a person calling out a message to somebody. So that's the answer to your question. Yeah, this is going to be a message. The first is the Three of Swords. That's a card of sadness. I just had that earlier for the prior reading in a completely different context, because it's sad when somebody close to us we lose. It's sad for us. It's sad for that person too. It's sad. The next card is the Ten of Swords, and that is a card that indicates that the troubles are over for this spirit. And then there's the Sun card, which is a card of healing and growth and health and light. And that's followed by Temperance, which means balance is restored. So this is a message that I get very frequently, which is I interpret as it's saying, I know that this is sad that I'm gone. However, I am growing. I am my soul is finding balance and peace and growth and healing. And that's the message. Was this a terribly hard passing?
It was surprising, you know.
Yes.
The illness that came on, yeah. That's comforting to know that he's finding peace and is healing, you know.
And this is exactly what it's saying, which is saying that I'm healing and there's growth and there's health and happiness and balance because the pain is there. The pain of leaving, it was like it's a shock. You know, it was sudden for you and for the person who passed. Nobody expected this, and it was the message that I'm getting, which I find is fascinating, because it began with that, you asked if there's a message, and it began with that card that shows a person shouting out to somebody, is that, yes, I'm doing okay. My spirit is growing and healing. Okay?
Well, great. Thank you. Appreciate that.
Yeah, it's just so strange to me since I started doing these kind of readings, how often I get those exact cards. And it's kind of a comforting thing as I get up there in years, to know that these messages are coming through like that. It's changed my attitude towards everything. Let me see if I can find one thing that is like an overall message. Well, this is the Hermit card holding a light, and which guides people. That's telling me that this person is watching over you a bit. Well, that doesn't happen for too long, but it does happen sometimes. But this person is still attached to you and still cares for you and is watching. And watching, not spying, if you know, but watching over you, has concerns about you being well. So that's good.
Okay.
So
that is.
So these are fine. I'll send some positive energy your way. I'm going to light a white candle to send positive energy towards the spirit and to you. How's that?
That sounds great. Thank you. Appreciate it.
My pleasure. Bye-bye now. And let's see. We'll shuffle up the cards. It's a funny thing because I was reading tarot for years before doing this show on Ask One Radio. Then I was just doing readings for individuals one-on-one. I never did it like this in a mass media kind of setting until it's been over 10 years now that I'm doing this, Ask One Radio. And I never, ever, ever even considered afterlife readings. But somebody asked me to do it once, and I said, I made a deal. I said, I'll do it, but I'm going to need to see some cards that indicate that, I don't want to just spread some cards out and then impose a meaning on them. Which is, for all I know, is what I'm doing anyway, but I don't think so, because the cards, like with the romance question that we had earlier, the cards can be so right on the money that it's a little scary. But I decided that I wanted to see a message come through with a verification, so that's why if the death card is there, or the judgment card, or I'm drawing a blank now because I get like this, any card that indicates the afterlife kind of thing, the high priestess, which is the person who can see behind the veil, then I'll take that as meaning that there is a message coming in, and I'll read from there, so that's what we got, and I've been doing that ever since. I've never done that before. Let's see if we can get another reading in here. Karen in Yakima, Washington. Hi, you're on with Reverend Elliot.
Hi, Elliot.
Hi, did I pronounce that right, Yakima?
Yeah.
Because I know that the great stuntman Yakima Canute was from your neck of the woods. Is he forgotten these days? He did some of the great movie stunts. And his son was Charlton Heston's double in all of his movies.
To the younger generation, yes, but not to me.
Yeah. Oh, good. Yeah. Yeah, so that's how I know it's not Yakima, or, I remember seeing Yakima Canute, the great second unit director and stuntman. So, listen, we got a few minutes left here. What can I look at for you?
I'm looking at my money situation.
Oh, well, that's easy. It's worth less now than it was a month ago, right? Let's see what pretty low. We're all taking a hit now. Let's see what we get here. Well, you've lost some money. That's the 5 of Cups, which is a partial loss, but it's not as bad as you might have thought. That's the first thing I'm seeing. The 4 of Coins. Coins are money. The 4 of Coins, I don't think you need this. It's advising you to be hang on to what you've got, you know what I mean? To be very frugal, even to the point where people might think of you as being cheap. But I don't think that's going to be a problem in this day, because we're all doing that. Then I have the 2 of Coins. That's about a person who knows how to juggle money and make money work. And then the 10 of coins. Yeah, so these cards they are about money, all of these. The 10 of coins, it means it's going to work out okay. You're going to come out fine. It's perfection with it. There's the Queen of Coins. That's the person who knows how to handle money. There's a potential of more money appearing in your life. It's telling me that you'll be able to marshal the funds that you've got. That's the 4 of coins shows that you're very careful. The 2 of coins knows you know how to balance the money and juggle the money and even get money to work for you if you need to. The 10 of coins tells me that there will be plenty of money when you need it. And the Queen of coins tells me that you know what to do with it when you've got it. So I hope that helps.
Yeah, I'm just dreaming about the day where I don't have to juggle.
Yeah, wouldn't that be nice? Trust me, I'm with you there. That's for sure. But at least you know how to do it. That's what counts. And that's better than some people who are just. I've known people who don't have a clue what they're doing. With money, they just don't get it. They don't know how it works or where it comes from or anything. So you're ahead of the game, but you're going to be doing okay. That 10 of coins is very good. That's a really positive card. Oh, here's the Knight of Coins. Again, that indicates money coming. It's an up and down situation. It's very volatile. I've got to run. I've got like a minute and a half to go. But it'll be a volatile situation money-wise for you in the coming months, but you can handle it. How's that?
Thank you, Elliot.
My pleasure. Bye-bye now. And that's it. Come to the end of my first show in 27 years. Well, not really, but it sure felt like that. Man, I really miss you guys. Please don't think that I cut out for any bizarre reasons other than ill health or technology, because I love doing this. I would do this every night if I could, but I can't. And that's the name of that tune. But we've got some changes coming up. I've been doing some planning while I took this enforced vacation while the computer was in the shop. And we got some surprises coming up, some things we're working on to improve Reverend Elliot's magical window. So I will see you again next week at 11 Eastern, 11 Eastern, 10 Central, 9 Mountain, and 8 Pacific. See, I almost forgot how to say that. And we will go through the deck of cards and see what they tell us about our lives. If you want to get in touch with me, check out magic-works.com, magic-works.com. And till we see you again, remember, what you are is the universe's gift to you, and what you become, what you make yourself, is your gift back to the universe. See you next week.